Hello, everyone. Welcome aboard to another instance of this Moolah Mondays. We had quite an eventful qualifier last week. Thank you all for bearing with us with that. It was a pleasure to have Sudden Stores aboard there as a nice co-host there. But this week, we've got the wonderful Dread. How are you doing, Dread?
I'm doing great, man. Happy to be here. Appreciate it.
Fantastic. Awesome. So if you guys remember, or if you don't remember, we had quite a lot of things happening for the qualifier. And one of the things that we ended up solidifying was we were going to do a little bit of a rematch / show match kind of thing with our final two teams here, which are Pada and ZND. So they were going to have to do this match to get that final qualifying slot. But the way things hashed out, they're both going to get this qualifier spot. Well, two spots, really. And we're going to have this game play out here. So I'm just about ready here. Dread, are you ready to get into this show match here?
Yeah, I'm ready. This is going to be a fun one to watch. This is my first day of coming in here and watching these, but these are both pretty stacked teams here. It's going to be a fun one.
Yes. I'm excited. It looks like our lobby's ready, and it looks like some of our players are ready. We're waiting to see everybody bringing their readiness aboard, and then we'll be jumping into here shortly. Sounds like there we go. We've got everybody ready. We're going to be starting this game up shortly, and I'm excited to get into this first match of the night. After this, we can look over kind of what's going to happen for the rest of the night. We've got a couple of heats, and we can go over all that afterwards. Yo, huge raid with Aztract. Thanks for the two. Thanks for the two party.
W Aztract. Another goated gamer.
Dude, we love Aztract.
Starting on Sis Horizon too. I love that.
Yes, Sis Horizon's I mean, it's about as solid of a comp map as you can get here. All right, so we are loading in here. We just got a couple of seconds left before we transition ourselves on over to the game, and you guys are going to be able to see the game here. Let's get on into it.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch this. This is going to be a great one. Yeah, I've actually seen a lot of these guys. I don't think I've ever seen these guys specifically face each other, but I have seen a lot of Graziv, Clarify, Mr. Tinder, and the Z&D crew in other tournaments, so this is going to be a fun one to watch.
Yes, this is a little bit of a slow start here, but a little bit of early contact from Clarify.
Yeah, both teams here just kind of posturing up. Z&D in a pretty good spot for this box, though. Hada just has to push into them. That RPG just barely doesn't connect.
Great glitch there, stopping that mesh shield. That SA-1216 is primed at the ready there, but a ton of chip damage coming out from Graziv, showing that maybe that controller going out was maybe the reason why they did lose last time. But they're gonna have to keep fighting here to see where this ends up. A little bit of early continuing contact here. Great heals onto Evade as he domes himself up, but unfortunately he does get taken down. Shadow's looking to continue to get that trade. Great trade from Zeus. Looks like he's going to go for that res as they teams look for a little bit of a reset if they can help it.
Yeah, that was a great flank from Clarify coming up there. Kind of split up that team. They weren't really sure which direction to look for. But Mr. Tinder is cut out on his own right now. Huge glitch. That mesh shield goes down, and he's going to go down right with it. Now Clarify's the last one alive. He's only 1 HP, and that's going to be the first team wipe in favor of Z&D. They're going to be able to move that box. Looks like heading right over to B, which is going to be a pretty good spot to set up here. I was thinking they might choose A, but A is still going to be open for later on, which is another really good point for defense there, way out in the middle of that open courtyard. But first box here, going to get plugged into B.
Yeah, playing that open cash out might not be ideal for both teams here, because if I saw that correctly, I think they're both running SA-1216 on their heavies, so that it's a little bit difficult to take a fight at a range like that. Oh, wow. Immediate contact here. Clarify jumping into possibly his own demise, but he does get away with just a little bit of HP to his name. as they look for a reset here. Evade taking a ton of damage onto his util, but he's ready with his dome. He's going to throw it in early. It might go a little bit too far. He's not really supporting anything, but it doesn't matter. He gets Tinder down. Shadow, great frag. As the rest of this team looks to get something here. Clarify and Graziv down to almost no HP. Down goes Graziv. Last is Clarify. Can he bring this together for his team? He's going to have a bit of an uphill battle, or maybe he's going to decide to play life. I'm not sure. It's not looking like it now, especially in this fight. Down he goes.
Yeah, that is an unfortunate stagger for Pata there, too. He really needed to get out of there to make sure his team can coin, because there's less than half time left on this box, but they might have one more push up. It depends on where they spawn here. Looks like Z&D aren't really going to do too much spawn manipulation here. Shadow might be kind of pushing out a little bit far just to make sure they spawn in a pretty decent spot for them, but they are up now. Not too bad of a spawn. They're pushing over here. They do have about a little bit more than 30 seconds left on this point. They are taking different points, though. Clarify is going to gate himself up, and Graziv and Tinder are taking that low ground approach, going right for this swap here. They're just going to stick it.
Oh my gosh, I can't tell if that dynamism stopped his steal, if he stopped himself, but he's going to have to give up on that steal, and they're going to go for those frags, and they aren't getting them. Shadow being the last left. Is he able to get this crazy clutch of a 1v2 to clean it up? But I don't think they had time anyways.
Yeah, it was going to be really close. They needed to stick it right there, but Z&D were able to hold on to it. Shadow is able to get that team wipe, and they're going to move on to that next box, and that A point is still open if they choose to go that way. I know you were saying that those SA-12s might make it a little bit tough, but these mediums with their repeaters as well are going to be pretty into it, but
I'm not sure if I'm seeing what, okay, I'm definitely not seeing what I should be seeing there. I with the match being paused, Evade was in the middle of taking that jump pad, and he was flying away. He was like, my people need me, I need to go, and he was just floating off into the moon. But it looks like it's fixed itself here. We did, fortunately, not sure what the play is here. We did lose 2 members here.
Yeah, I think that is going to be it for this expedition match, just because technically, I guess at the end of the last one, if I heard correctly, Z&D was 1 box up. So Z&D winning that box technically brings them to 2 boxes.
Interesting.
Which
gives
them the game over Pata.
I didn't realize. I thought we were just running the whole match out, but I guess it makes sense. That caught me a little bit off guard there, but you know, there you have it. That was a really solid box hold from Z&D. I think the reset and the week in between, these guys just continue to get better and better as they continue to improve on the Z&D team. It'll be very interesting to see them playing here in this play day today. But that was an exciting box.
Yeah, it's going to be nice to see another full game between those 2 teams, but both teams are looking pretty locked. And I'm excited to see the next match that is going to start up here, because I believe we're going into the full heats now with the cash out games going into the 3v3s. And the cash out games are going to be really fun to watch, especially with how many teams are in this tournament here. It's going to be insane to see how the strategies play out going from cash outs into the 3v3s.
Yeah, I am very excited to get this cash out underway as we get these lobbies set up. Yeah, I mean, it's been a while. It's been a week since we've seen these teams. We had quite a long qualifier, and so it'll be nice to kind of get to know these teams on a little bit more intimate level, to kind of see how they're able to play and go against each other here now that we are past the qualifier and are into a little bit more of a rhythm for the next couple weeks here. We've got this first heat with this cash out, and similar point system to PHL, where you get your points based off of your positioning, 1, 2, 3, or 4, and then they're going to go to that final round, which if you're in first or second, you're going to have a lot more points available to you. But I think both final rounds are going to be exciting to watch, depending on which one we jump into.
Yeah, I completely agree. We are just getting this lobby set up here.
Yep. This lobby is getting set up here. This first match, I already don't remember. All right, so we've got Freelo, WMD, Pada, and Ignite Gaming are going to be our 4 teams that we're going to be seeing for this first match here. I mean, these teams didn't exactly, they kind of are just kind of placed where they're placed here for this very first one. So it's kind of a little bit of luck of the draw of what bracket you're in, the high one or the low one. Isn't really meaningful. I mean, other than maybe the teams that you're going to be fighting, but after this first one, you're going to see the points spread out across the board of the better teams and then the teams that are going to need to work a little bit harder. But once that spread gets settled in there, these teams are going to be able to get a little bit more used to who's near them at their point level, and they're going to start fighting for them.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one to see. It's crazy to see this lobby because I know almost all of these players too. This is going to be a fun match to see. I've seen all these guys, like I was talking about that show match earlier too, in different tournaments, not necessarily playing against each other. So this is the first time I'm going to see them all playing against each other. It's going to be awesome. And it looks like first one is going to be on Monaco, which is a great map to start on.
Oh yeah, Monaco is a very interesting map. I always have mixed feelings whenever I'm running this map. It can definitely run you for your money's worth there on the long range, but you can also get away with like pretty standard comp too. So I'm very interested to see what comps these guys are running. I am going to be honest, I don't remember what kind of comps we saw last week. It was probably regular comps like HML across the board, give or take. Might have seen a few double HMs, but I'm going to be very interested to see what these guys jump into with and how they're going to play against each other with these comps that they're running. And it looks like our server is about to get started up here. Dread, do you have any more thoughts about these teams before they jump into it?
No, I'm just excited to get into it. Excited to watch this. Like you were saying, I didn't really get to watch the first week as much as I would like to because I was at work, unfortunately. But I'm interested to see, like you said, how many double heavy teams are going to come out of this. I feel like the double heavy team is a little bit harder to work, especially on Monaco specifically, just because there's a lot of movement needed, a lot of rooftops to get on top of. I feel like the medium is just forced to run double movement in that combo, but we'll see. We'll see what we end up getting here.
Yeah, well, I guess we're going to have to wait a little bit longer here. It sounds like we've got one guy who's crashed. I'm not sure. I think we're going to see if they can join back up before doing a remake, because a remake would certainly cause us a lot of issues. For those of you, a couple weeks ago, we had that spectator bug that was absolutely devastating. Pretty much any and all events that were running spectators could not run spectators, and that was a rough time. That was really unfortunate. There were a couple events that I was looking to cast that I couldn't do anything for because they had to have full lobbies, and full lobbies meant no spectators, and so it was really unfortunate. Hopefully that hasn't returned.
Yeah, glad that they fixed that pretty quickly. I believe it was only really one patch that was happening on, but that was definitely pretty rough. Especially felt sorry for all the production teams out there trying to start and run these events because that made it a lot more complicated. But we're going to go ahead and get this pause started here while we wait for, looks like Bravado has reconnected. We're just waiting for one more reconnect here, and then we'll go ahead and get this unpause going and get the match started. But while we're just sitting here paused, it looks like you're correct. It looks like everybody is running that HML, but surprisingly on the side of Bravado and Wacko, looks like they are both running DMAT instead of your standard heal beam.
That is a really good check there. That's actually really surprising. If we continue down looking at these specs, it looks like only Bravado or only Jimbo on WMD is running that winch. He's gonna have an interesting time. It's gonna be interesting to see how he can manage running this winch against these mesh shield users, and how well these mesh shield users are going to be able to navigate predicting that winch and being able to stop it. Because I know in my games, some of the players are not high enough level with this mesh. You got to be really good with that mesh in order to get the max value of stopping that winch. And I think there's a real possibility that the players in this game are high enough level to do that.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that winch is still very viable. I think it does just come down to a little bit more of a skill matchup now than what it used to be. Before the patch, winch was just kind of a complete hard counter to mesh because it just went completely through it. There was really nothing you could do with a mesh shield against a winch, but now it is more of a skill matchup. Now, if you time that mesh perfectly, you can just reflect that winch right out of there. But on the opposite side of that, if you time the winch perfectly, you can still winch over that heavy using that mesh shield too. And the same thing with the domes. If you time that winch perfectly, you can actually winch them before the dome even hits the ground. But it really comes down to that skill matchup and timing up. But I'm excited to see what Jimbo can do with this because I do think that winch is still very viable. I think there's a lot of people that are kind of scared to run it now, but maybe Jimbo's gonna prove everybody wrong and get a couple more people back on that winch train.
Man, yeah, I'm hoping for it. Winch is a lot of fun to run. I know it does feel pretty bad sometimes to be on the other end of it, but going all the way back to what you were mentioning about those DMATs, I am very interested to see how these teams are going to manage in this heal meta because this is a pretty hefty heal meta. Running double healers, they're kind of down a healer, and it's going to be interesting to see how they are going to be able to navigate that world. It makes me wonder maybe if they're heavy are running that heal ball to kind of supplement a little bit of the lack of heals that they have currently. Um, but I'm just very interested to find out how they're running. I'm actually kind of cheating while we're walking around here. It looks like we don't have a heal ball, but it also looks like we've got a little bit of a remake because there's a couple of lobby issues. I can't tell if it's PC specific or if it's due to the game, due to the servers. I know people are always complaining about the server quality. I know that sometimes falls down the gutter there. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm gonna interrupt. I don't know what's going on. Like, I'm guessing Bravado had some computer issues and Roly Poly had the same. But yeah, no, it was just multiple failure. That was just rough. So we're just gonna redo, make a new lobby. Pretty simple fix. So I'm just gonna send a new code for everybody, and we should be good.
Alrighty, making our way back in there. Yeah, and just to kind of go back to what we were talking about with these loadouts here, I do actually think, in my opinion, I believe that DMAT actually synergizes a little bit better with winch than it does with that mesh shield because you can really catch people off guard, which is a lot more important now running that winch because of the timing thing we were talking about. So you can open up a wall coming up behind people that aren't ready, immediately demat that wall open, winch somebody through, close that wall, and then you immediately have a pick right there. So we'll see when that's going to happen because it takes a lot of coordination, a lot of teamwork to see that done. But I've seen some plays like that, and you could really make a difference. It's almost like playing the game on hard mode a little bit because you really, really, running that heal beam and running double heal, you can make up for a lot of mistakes. But when you don't have that and you're running DMAT winch, you can't really make up for a lot of those mistakes. But if you execute those plays to their highest potential, you get a lot more value out of it. It's a very high risk, high reward loadout.
Definitely. I mean, that has been made even higher risk with DMAT losing one of its charges there, running 2 DMAT charges. You have to be precise and intentional running both of those charges because you have the opportunity to open and close a wall or move through 2 walls. But there's really not too much crazy tech that you can do with it anymore. You're going to have to wait for those recharges and you're going to have to play it really well, basically.
Yeah.
Man, so looks like we are finally getting this lobby reset back up here, and we are hopefully not going to run into any more computer problems as we move forward for this lobby. And we're probably going to start this one up very shortly once everyone is ready.
Yeah, we've all been there here and then. Sometimes, just needs a little restart and you're good to go. But we do have at least one of these players, I believe, did a completely full restart. So, when in doubt, turn it off and back on again.
That is definitely a solid solution. It's definitely the solution to many of the problems that I have sometimes. Just give the old computer a reboot and all of a sudden most of your problems go away. So, okay, it looks like we're going to go ahead and lock back into that Monaco. And one of the things that we didn't mention when we paused that game is we were running suspended structures, and it looks like we are going to continue to run suspended structures here to keep that consistent. So Very interested to see how these teams are going to handle these new suspended structures here on Monaco and how they're going to choose to play it and what weapons, and if they're going to stick with the same specs that they were running just a couple seconds ago.
Yeah, I agree. I think the suspended structures makes DMAT a lot harder to work. You know, even more high risk, high reward. But let's see here. I think we got everybody connected.
No way. Nope. That's not sounding good. We've lost someone already. Very unfortunate beginning of our round again. I'm really hoping that we're not having the return of that horrid server bug. I mean, we have 3 spectators and we're only losing 1, maybe 2 people, and I can't tell if it's a computer problem or an install problem, or there's a lot of things in the pipeline here that could be causing problems, anywhere from the user to Embark themselves, or even Oscar. It could be Oscar's fault here. I'm not sure. We can't count anything out.
Yeah, I believe it is not game side as all. It sounds like his game is actually completely crashing, so I don't believe it is server side at all. So he has to restart his entire game here to get back in.
Ouch. That hurts. That is not a fun time. That is unfortunate. Sounds like there's talks that they might sub him out.
Yeah, this is not the greatest start, to say the least.
Start, but it's not my fault this time. I'm just kidding. Man, I am just itching to get into these games. They are running the same specs. I'm expecting them to run basically the same thing every time they load back into this match, but if you bear with us here, guys, we will get this game underway, and we will be able to actually play some finals here, and we will be able to watch some glorious gameplay. But until then, we're going to continue to work these tech pauses out. I saw someone mentioning earlier that this was Grand Major Simulator. So, yeah, basically, just pretend you're at the Grand Major. 9 hours of gameplay. 8 of them have been in the pause. Should be good enough.
Yep. Hopefully they'll be able to reconnect here. I don't believe he's doing another PC restart. I think he is just doing a game client restart, it sounded like. So hopefully he'll be back in soon. You know what's pretty crazy, though? I am old enough to actually have used a typewriter before, so maybe that's what he's playing on, because I know those struggles. I know the Unk struggle. I'm pretty sure I graduated from Unk to Gramps at this point.
Man, I mean, you know, at some point, surely the culture will come with you. So surely you stagnate in your graduation there, and you stay as Unk or you stay as Gramps there, and maybe the culture comes with. Because I know a lot of the finals players are not in their teens anymore. From at least the players that I'm familiar with, a lot of them are in their 20s. So you never know, I guess. It's nice to see people around my age range. So it hasn't upgraded me to Unk yet, I don't think. Maybe, hopefully not. I don't know.
It's been moving really fast. I think you're probably Unk at this point, because now that I've joined the 30+ club, I think we're all Gramps at this point.
Oh man. Well, you know what? I mean, not too long after that, you'll be able to afford maybe one of these yachts here in this harbor of Monaco, in this beautiful, beautiful city. And then you can watch the finals from there instead.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, good to see only Merch, what's up, man? I see you in the chat. Thanks for stopping by. Happy to see you again. I know there's riveting gameplay going on. Don't want to avert your eyes for any second. Not sure what the choice is here. We might do another. Looks like we have someone who can't rejoin. Rolly can't rejoin, so it looks like we're gonna do one more remake. But I think we might be doing a sub. I'm not sure yet. We're gonna wait to see what the specification is. Hopefully, we are running out of remakes, because there's only so many remakes we can handle here before we run out of night at this point.
Yep. Unfortunately, when you have online tournaments and not LAN tournaments, there are some issues you can run into that are kind of out of everybody's control.
Yeah, certainly so. At least with the LAN ones, you can pretend like you're doing something and go over there and press some buttons on the keyboard there and look professional while everybody waits. But unfortunately, there's not too much showing to be happening right now as we just kind of settle in, see if we can get this game reworked once again.
Yeah, looks like they are bringing in a sub now. I don't think they were able to fix those PC issues, so it sounds like, if I'm reading this correctly, they are bringing in a substitute player, Barbarous.
Oh boy, that'll be fun to see if Barbarous jumps in there. I'm not too familiar with them, but it would be fun to see them come through. But man, yeah, I'm just ready to get into these games. Looking forward to this. Hopefully the final rework here, especially with an actual sub jumping in. They are actually subbing in Barbarous. That is interesting tech.
Yeah, I wonder if that's going to change the comp up at all too, because I have only ever seen Barbarous play heavy, so maybe they will be running that double heavy medium, but we'll see. Maybe one of the other players will swap around to light, but it'll be interesting to find out.
That will be interesting. So that is unfortunate. One of the difficult things when you have a sub in an environment like this is your team chemistry can definitely get thrown off. There's some high level players that can really end up struggling if you have a sub in some higher level games, because this is not one of the games like Valorant or Counter-Strike where you have 5 players and you can kind of work around it when you have one sub. But you got 3 players here, and that's kind of like a synergy triangle that you need. And if you don't have that, you're gonna have a hard time. So it'll be very interesting to see how they're gonna switch themselves around and try and make things work here.
Yeah, but here we go. We are finally getting in, I believe, to our first heat on Monaco. Is going to be this map 1. Looks like we are getting ready to start here, and I believe this time we are sending it.
Here we go. Hopefully we actually make it into the game here. I'm very excited. We might. I mean, if there's a chance that we don't get suspended structures here. Maybe this is just tech to get away from the suspended structures. Maybe that was his plan all along.
Yeah, it could be. Well,
unfortunately, you're stuck with them anyways. We've got suspended structures once again. Oh, that's hilarious. That was on any. I don't know if it was on any before, but it is now. And so 3 suspended structures in a row. We might as well grab a lottery ticket at that point.
Yeah, I think this is still going to be a great one to watch. I think Suspended Structures is a good one to start on because it kind of forces a little bit of a different strategy for all of these teams. It's a good one to start into because then going into it later on, you can adapt to not having the Suspended Structures. But depending on how well they play this, it's important to get that early point lead in these heats.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, this is probably one of the most important heats to start with here. This first heat, looks like we finally got a clear game ahead of us. And I mean, I've got a lot of things on my mind here. One of them being Barbarous is going to be sticking with that heavy, and they are running that double heavy medium comp. So it'll be very interesting to see what they can do in these fights here. Both sides of the map are pretty quiet here. Not too much direct contact yet, but it looks like these guys on both WMB and who are these 2 teams here fighting here? Freelo and WMB here. They are fighting on the other side here. Looking like they're trying to get a little bit of action here, but it's a little bit slower than the other side of the map here with Pada and Ignite. Already down a player is Wacko is down. Jericho and Dawn are both lower on the HP pool.
Yeah, but Jericho is running that heal beam, does heal Dawn up, but then he gets immediately blasted down by Graziv and Tinder there. Clarify still holding that high ground. They're going to try to push in that, but Jericho has already rotated out, completely swapped positions with Clarify there, and he's just going to wait it out. It's a little bit too early to coin, but looks like Wacko is going to coin anyway, and he did get that body off of Dawn and get that hand res there. but Tinder did spot them out again, and he's going to go trying to get some damage in as Clarify has grabbed that box. He's going to gate that over. Grzeev taking a lot of damage, though. Now that they're moving that box, they really don't want to get a pick here, because if Tinder or Grzeev dies, he's going to be very, very split off from their team. But looks like they do get that plugged over on B on the side of Pata.
Yeah, Tinder is pretty isolated here. He's in a really tough spot. Is he able to get out of here alive? Looks like playing that high ground has... unfortunately, Ignite is going to be unable to get this frag, but Tinder's jumping right in here. This is a bold play here. He's still able to group up with his team. There's a lot of fire thrown his way. But down goes one of them. Down goes Clarify. Grzeev down to low HP as well. Tinder was able to group back up. Unfortunately, the rest of his team not alive long enough for him to hold hands with them for that long there. Grzeev down to one singular bar. They are able to get that res. He is able to get himself healed back up here before they go ahead and jump into this fight again. Dome coming out from Tinder down to low HP is Wacko. Unfortunately, not able to get out of there with his life, but they are able to get that steal flip.
Yeah, kind of an interesting decision there to split up and go for that take, because now they are split up and down a player again. So Pata is just going to be able to regroup and retake here as they're running down Dawn, but it looks like both teams are just going to trade, and it's going to be a 2v2 now. On the other side of the map, though, it looks like Freelo has completely wiped, and it looks like WND might be going for this swap over here, so maybe we'll see Freelo spawning on the other side of the map here. We might see a third party come out. It depends on if Pata is going to be wiping on this side or not, and it looks like they do finally wipe there, so we're going to see where Freelo spawns up. And it looks like they do spawn up over on B. So Ignite's going to need to regroup here and recuperate as fast as they can, because Freelo is coming in hot.
30 seconds on the clock, less than 30 seconds there on that clock. Simers is jumping in there like swimwear. He's looking to get something done here. He's going to take his one against Wacko, unfortunately down to low HP, so he's going to have to back up here. But Spooky getting chipped down to low HP as well, getting taken down. Simers on no HP. They're still fighting here in this brawl, looking to see if they can get this steal, but I don't think that they can get too much done, especially with the pressure that there is the wipe there, the pressure that is coming through on Ignite. They had to fight tooth and nail and coin in order to get that cash out, and they did it.
Yeah, lots of damage coming out from the BFR repeater combo there. Just so much poke damage before those teams can really close the distance. But Ignite taking the first box of the map. They're going to go over there and tap 3, and it looks like WND, after they won that first fight, just gets a free rest of their points, because everybody else did spawn over there on Bravo. And they're going to start making their way over to 4.
Great point for them. Max height. Grzeev holding that max height there with his team. The rest of them on Pata. They are able to get a little bit of chip damage on some of these players here, but this is the double heavy team, and it looks like I did see that heal ball coming out earlier, and there it is again, healing Jimbo back up. They're opting for that instead of the H+. A lot of slow heals, not a lot of explosive heals in their arsenal, but they have a lot of HP in their arsenal. On the other side of the map, though, Super's able to get a great frag onto Ignite Dawn here as they continue to look for something. Super doing a great pad across. Jericho unable to get that frag as the plug actually comes out here from Ignite. So Ignite is holding that box, but Super's going to get a steal, and it looks like he'll be getting that forced lead, because the rest of these members of Ignite are occupied here on low HP, getting pressured here by Spooky and Zymers, taking him down to low HP, but they are able to stay alive just barely, and they're probably going to be forced to coin again. But it looks like they might not take this coin. I'm not sure what their plan is here. With Dawn being just on 1 coin, it would be painful to get all your coins used up here so early in this cash out round.
Yeah, on the other side of the map, though, Jimbo, absolutely 1 HP. He's going to go down. That's going to be a wipe for WND, and it looks like Pata is going to get this plug over here on C, and they're going to hold this up now, and they're going to start to set up a little bit. I don't know how much time they're going to have to set up, though. Looks like they're going to get a little bit of time, because Ignite did not fully wipe over here on the other side. They're already pushing into Freelo's box here. Zymers and Spooky doing a really good job playing as a medium and heavy together, holding hands, but taking lots of damage from that BFR, though. Wacko peeking in, doing a little bit of ice fishing with that DMAT. This is where that DMAT really comes into play here, while they're trying to find those crazy angles, and Dawn jumping right on top of them with that BFR. Super doing lots of poke damage from behind with that ARM, but it's just not enough. The BFR and the repeater just doing way too much damage. Super just barely alive. He's standing still in invis. Is Wacko going to be able to see him? He can't find him. He gets his regen back, but not able to do enough damage. He's just going to drop there, but he's not out of the fight yet. It is still only him. He's got to wait for his teammates to coin up.
Yeah, his teammates are going to go for that coin there, and there's not too much time left on this cash out for them to take it. So it looks like they might offer a rotate on over towards cash out C. That is being held by Pata, but the steal is coming through already here from WMD. They do get dropped a little bit, so this fight will probably commence here shortly if they decide to jump on in there. And here's the third party. It's already arrived. 30 seconds on the clock. They're pressured. They got a little too close for comfort. Down goes Tinder. Graziv on literally like no HP right now as the rest of these teams are fighting it out. Clarify playing the best life that he could possibly play here with just a little bit of time left on the clock. Dome coming through, the steal attempt coming from Bravado. Is he able to get it? Clarify doesn't have enough health to pressure it. They are able to get that steal off, which is huge, and get the almost wipe here. Tinder is able to go for that coin, but I don't think he's going to be able to do too much here. They're just going to hold on to what little cash that they do have as that cash out completes.
Oh, man, that was so unfortunate for Graziv there. He was stalling that point so long up there by himself in that corner. And it looked like he had gooed himself off so that he could have some cover so that he can live there and get his regen. But unfortunately, he couldn't shoot back out of the goo to get down to stall. It took him way too long to break through that goo, and Purple just got that before he could break himself out of his own goo there. But WMD did end up getting that box, and Freelo did plug the next one. And they really need to hold this, because if they want to get second place here, they need to hold this, because I believe that Ignite is just going to hold on to 6 here. They're going to wait till about the 20-second mark before they tap that to make sure that this box does not get split so they can hold on to their first place.
Yeah, so with this, each position here, first, second, third, and fourth, being important in their own right, you definitely don't want to, you might not even want to plug if you are, if you're Ignite, because you want to hold on to first place here. You don't even want to get second place. But it has been opened, and we did get a wipe here coming through on Pata. They are on the bottom of the leaderboard, so I guess it isn't too much of a loss here. They are going to be willing to take these fights. They're going to bring 6 on over, but there's only 10 seconds on the clock. I don't know if they're going to be able to get that on into A in time. It looks like they've abandoned that point. Ooh. A steal coming through here on the other side of the map. Dread, take us away.
Huge RPG from Spooky to come off of that jump pad there. They're just going to go for the retake. It looks like they do get a full wipe onto WD, but now Ignite is coming in to stall this. It looks like Ignite wants WMD, but it's okay. Freelo's still got to throw that dome shield coming out clutch to block that goo. Now Freelo's going to try to make their way back up. Clarify is going to take out Ignite Jericho. And now Pata is going to be trying to make their way in, but there's only 10 seconds. They need to stick this now. Graziv is going to hop on. Are we going to be able to get a swap here? The mesh shield and the dome's coming out. RPG gets blocked. Glitch comes out. And Freelo does get the stall. They're going to hold on to this. Freelo taking second place.
Wow, that is a close game there. There's a lot of money on the board there, and it looks like second place going to Freelo. First place being held by Ignite. Those two teams are going to be going against each other here in this next final round, and WMD and Pata in that order, third and fourth, will be going against each other for the next couple of points up ahead. There was a lot going on in that round there, Dread. I was very interested to see Wacko running that that model. It seems to be his specialty. He loves running that gun. He still gets work done with that thing. But Ignite showing a lot of great gameplay here. They were really stringing themselves together, using those coins super early, but I think they were able to just get into the flow and get ahead of that tempo, and they didn't use any more coins after that.
Yeah, no, they played that really well. That BFR doing so much work, I think, especially on Monaco, because of how many rooftops, how much long lanes, how much long line of sight corridors they have on that map there. The BFR was really putting in work. And then, like you said, once they got in close, that model doing so much damage. But they were able to hold on to their first place. But Freelo quite a comeback round coming from last place there, able to get that last box, hold on to it, get enough kills to bring their money up there into that second place to secure that at the very last second there.
Yeah, that was absolutely clutch there. We did see a solid attempt coming through with Pata, but it's hard to kind of make the right judgment there of who you want to have stealing there, because you have your medium who has that heal beam. They could be healing whoever's going for that steal, but you've got your heavy who has that mesh shield. I think it was a solid choice to go for that medium on the steal. You got that mesh shield, you've got your H+, but unfortunately there was just so much damage, sheer quantities of damage dealt out to them, that it was just not possible. But it was a very valiant effort there at the very end.
Yeah, and now we'll see the strategies kind of swap over a little bit to these 3v3s. It's going to be interesting to see how these teams play. I believe we're going to be going in with that first and second place team first. I believe it's going to be Ignite and Freelo. And we'll see how the strategies change up a little bit. I think if Ignite are still going to be running the DMAT, I think it has a lot more potential to get a lot more value out of the 3v3s than it does in that cash out, just because the heal beam gets a little bit more value. There's so much damage and so much outside influence that could happen in cash outs. It's a little bit more of a controlled environment in those 3v3s. I feel like the DMAT could see a little bit more value here. We'll see how it works out.
Definitely. I'm very interested to see how it can work out here in this 3v3. But looks like our lobby is getting ready. I'm excited to jump into this 3v3. We're going to be able to give the action undivided attention here. Make sure we're not splitting our attention across two sides of a map here. I'm very, very pleased. Yeah, I'm just excited to see how this 3v3 is going to go. It looks like we have a different map. I wasn't sure if we were going to run the same map or not. I think we might be jumping into Bernal. So it'll be very interesting to see how these guys play this 3v3.
Yeah, I think we are actually staying on Monaco, I believe. Looks like for this 3v3. Keeping it, traditional, just like the end game. We have our cash out rounds on Monaco. We have the final round on Monaco, but it is any variant still. So we'll see. It could be suspended again, or we could see one of the other variants here that's going to kind of force them into a little bit of a different play style.
Yeah, I'm going to just sit here on this loading screen, and there you have it. Okay, it looks like we've got ducking cover. That's going to change up quite a lot of the gameplay here, especially for a couple of those cash outs that are in the middle of the map around that destroyed cathedral area. That is a very open part of the map. It'll be very interesting to see what these players choose as far as weapon-wise, specifically on heavy here. With that destroyed cathedral in the middle of the map, there's just so much wide swaths of land, that high ground, that distance. It'll be very interesting to see if any of them stick with the SA-1216 or if they opt for something a little safer, a little bit more range. But here we go, jumping on into the match, and we're going to be able to see the answer to my question pretty much immediately here. And it looks like Dawn is running that BFR Titan, and Spooky is going to be running that Shack 50. So this will be quite an interesting matchup to see how these guys end up deciding to take these fights together. But they've jumped in immediately. Ignite's jumped in on that low ground just like without any hesitations whatsoever. Both domes are out. A lot of bullets to be shared, but both teams don't seem to be more worse than wear here, but all of their heavies are on almost no HP. Nobody's down yet. Wacko, the first to go on that model. He's able to push so hard in there, but unfortunately not able to get too much work done. Dawn looking to see if he can get that fight. Jericho does go down. Unfortunately, Dawn, the last alive. That BFR is going to have a lot of work ahead of it if he's going to be able to get anything done. Maybe he's going to go for the wipe. Maybe he's going to play for his life. We'll have to find out here as it continues to close out. Dawn getting aped by the remaining all members of Freelo. He's going to get that wipe down, and the vault is going to get opened at the same time. So, don't know if that was the best strategy here, Dread. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, I don't think it matters too much just because this is the first fight. The vault was not even tapped yet. It just got tapped as he was dying there. So they are going to be spawning up just about as this box gets plugged. But, I was just talking about the increased value of the DBAT in this 3v3, and I think this is the one variant where it actually gets less value just because there's a whole building missing from this map, but it looks like they all spawned on Super. Super is caught out a little bit. He's going to make it in here with 2 bars, but all of Ignite is chasing him down. This is going to be kind of a lost cause for Ignite, trying to chase a light. He is going to get out of there. He is going to get his regen. And that repeater from Zymer's putting in lots of work there. And they, like we were just talking about, have that DMAT. They don't have that double heals. So they're going to have a really hard time getting in here on this box. Super and Jericho having a little bit of a light 1v1 on the roofs here. ARN versus ARN. They're both about half health. And it looks like Wacko and Dawn are going to go for this point here.
They're taking the steal out. They're trying to see if they can get something. It looks like they've decided not to even use the mesh shield. They're able to hide behind the cover of that cash out and get that steal and make it out with that zip line. That's one of the most important things about knocking over a cash out, to break that line of sight of a hidden steal. But now we've got our players fighting each other neck and neck here. Down goes one on each team, getting a little bit of the res. Super last alive on his team. Great frags coming out here from Wacko. Super is just playing his life here. He is last alive, and they don't have a point to their name. It's going to be interesting. Is he going to go for this play? No. He's going to get wiped away.
Yeah, unfortunately, I really think Freelo needed to hop on that box way sooner, even though they didn't have that glitch. I think they needed to use that jump pad and hop on them and fight them while they were out in the open, because as soon as they waited for that retake to jump in there and fight them in that room, that's where the model really starts to pop off in those close-range fights. And Wacko did indeed that and got that double kill with the model and really turned that fight in Ignite's favor. And now I don't think Freelo's going to have time to come back to this box.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking right when they wiped. I think that Super took a little too long to get that wipe. They're going to jump in there. They're going to try and do something, but there's so much util on the point. There's the glitch. There's the util. Absolute decimation. Down he goes. Heals are not enough as Super is left last. Unfortunately, down he goes again. It was a valiant attempt. At least they gave it their all.
Yeah, so Ignite is going to be taking that first box there, and unfortunately on the side of Freelo, I think that was their most advantageous cash out that they could have gotten, because now everything else is going to be a lot more close range than that, and that's where that model is really going to be putting in work. But we'll see. Freelo is still in this. It is still technically anybody's game. This is the finals, and they could do a complete reverse sweep here, but Ignite so far taking the lead.
That they have. And it looks like Dawn by himself here on top of this roof, trying to take a fight with all these members of Freelo. But that mesh just keeps him alive. He's able to keep the stall up. Wacko jumping forward a little bit too much, but he is able to get out with that jump pad. Followed by Super and Spooky. Super's going to continue to jump in there. They're going to move this box on over towards B while Wacko continues to stall them. He is able to get his HP regen while Super continues trying to look for him. Is he going to be able to cross safely? It looks like he's opting not to. On that DMAT, his only support team with for his team is that Defibs. But they're going to jump on in here, Freelo, and they're looking for a fight. They're hungry, Dread.
Yeah, they really need to connect on somebody here. Looks like Wacko has found Super, but takes a lot of damage. Unfortunately, misses both of his model shots. Super is still 1 HP. He's pushing that fight. He does get the kill, but here comes Jericho to come in to get the trade. He does get that trade here. Now Zymers is screenshot by that BFR by Dawn. Now it's only Spooky in a 1v2. Can he clutch this out? Jericho already has the body, though, and he's going to get that res. All of Ignite is going to be back up and ready to go. Still in control of this box. They know where Spooky went for that body. Spooky's going to go down immediately, too. He's trying to hold up that shield to live as long as he can. Wacko almost going down by Super, but it's not enough. Ignite buying themselves lots of time on this box.
Yeah, and fortunately for Freelo, as much of a consolation prize as it is, they have wiped at a good time. They are going to have a solid 50 seconds here to fight for this point, so they're going to have one more really good attempt here. And they need this really good attempt because this is going to be their last attempt before they lose this map here. They do get a decent spawn. Jericho is going to do a little bit of hunting, seeing if he can find them. He probably hears this TP come through. He's going to continue to play secretive, see if he can catch them off guard while the rest of his team, he gets a great behind the hit. Fortunately, not able to get a frag off of that, but he's going to continue to just wreak havoc on this team who's looking to try and set up. It just keeps them in chaos. They're not able to really get in there appropriately as they would like. Now the timer is low, and they're going to have to get on this point, and they're not going to have too much capability of waiting. Down it goes once. It doesn't hit the jump pad, thankfully for them. They've got just a couple seconds on the board. Down goes Super. Down goes Zymers. Half HP on Spooky. Can he do anything? He cannot. Great hold from Ignite.
That is going to be it for the first 3v3 Ignite. Taking the map in a pretty convincing fashion there. Playing that model really well. You know, we were just talking about how I think Duck and Cover was going to be their worst map with that team comp, but they ended up playing it really well in their favor, baiting Freelo into the close range fights. Really taking advantage of that.
Yeah, they really showed up. They played really well there. It was just so interesting to see Wacko's play style there as he continued to jump around the map. He kind of played a little bit different than what you would be expecting from a heal B medium, kind of following their heavy, be in that pocket. He was kind of jumping around. He was doing a little bit of what you might see from a light, kind of poking here and there, kind of getting in there a little bit ahead of his heavy, which you don't really see as often, but it was clearly working for them, and they were able to cause enough chaos to really shake up the gameplay of Freelo, and they were able to get a lot done there. They were able to secure that win, secure themselves a ton of points, being first place in both that cash out and that 3v3 final round. But now we're going to wait for these points to tally up here, and then we're going to set ourselves up for this next cash out for our next heat. I'm looking forward towards it.
Yeah, me too. I think that's the awesome part about this format here and how these heats work coming from these cash out games into the 3v3s is, you know, Ignite have kind of solidified themselves into an early lead, but it's still wide open to the point where any of these teams can come back and really get a chance at getting these points here and making it into these 3v3s. Because now that Ignite has that early lead, they kind of got a little bit of a target on their head coming into these next cash out games.
That is a very good point. That is a dynamic that I haven't thought about yet. I'm going to be very interested to see if these teams are going to do a little bit more pressure. If they have to do a 50-50 split of what team they want to go to, maybe they're going to go head on over towards Ignite, give them a little bit more pain, give them a little bit more difficulty to see if they can bring them down a peg or two, get them out of the top two, give them a little bit less points so that they can get a little bit further ahead. It'll be very interesting to see how the dynamic of these cash outs change going through these further heats that we go into.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's going to be interesting to see how the teams, you know, it's kind of tough because you really have to decide, are we going to focus Ignite a little bit more to try to take that lead away from him? But that could also put you in a really bad spot as well, because if you kind of overcommit to trying to grief Ignite out a little bit, you could put yourself into a bad spot too. And I think the most important part for these teams that we're going to see probably the most commonly is them really trying to play their own game here and really trying to guarantee themselves getting first place. Maybe if you get a really early lead coming into the round, you might be able to maybe kind of force something onto Ignite towards the end. But it's in my opinion, it would be way too risky trying to focus on sabotaging Ignite before you at least try to guarantee yourself more towards that first, second place spot.
Definitely, you really got to be careful there. You definitely want to avoid what I call the ranked teammate special, where you try to grief someone else out so heavily that you end up griefing yourself out. You got to be careful. You can't do that. That would really hurt your point total, and it could possibly help the other team's point total as well. So they definitely got to be aware of that. Looks like we're setting up our 3v3 for the bottom half of this this bracket here. So we're going to be able to see how these other two teams fight it out and what their strategies are going to be. We're just waiting on a couple of players here to get set up, and then we can get ourselves underway. We're going to be playing on Monaco again. I'm interested to see what variant we get. The gameplay on all three variants are surprisingly different. That's what's fun about some of these older maps, is they have a lot of variants. They kind of change things up a lot. You don't have that as much with the newer maps. I'm hoping that they continue to expand on that, Embark. But I don't know. Do you have anything specific you're looking forward to here, Dread?
Oh man, I'm not sure. It really depends on how these teams are gonna approach this here. I think it's a little bit more specific to how we saw these last teams. Like Wacko is, you know, really hell bent on running that model, so they kind of like their whole play style revolves around that. I think it might be a little bit different for these other teams who run a little bit more of a wider loadout in their play style. Really depends on kind of how they're going to change that over the variant as well. But it looks like the third member of WMD has joined up now. We're going to be going into our next 3v3, WMD versus Pata. And I think we're going to see a little bit more of a slower gameplay as we saw with Freelo versus Ignite there. Because I think running that model, running that more close-range play style makes the game a lot more of a high kill, a lot more bloodbath style game because you're forcing everybody into those close range fights. I think this is going to be a lot more of a slower kind of poke focused, see who's going to get that first long range pick type play style, but we'll see how this unfolds.
Certainly so. Looks like we are just waiting on ready from one of our teams here before we jump in. I definitely agree. I definitely think these teams are going to play a little bit slower, poke style. I mean, we saw kind of a little bit of that with the light gunfighting on that first cash out from our last game there. There was a little bit of light ARN fighting from across the roofs. I think we're going to see that across all of these teams here. But it'll really depend on what variant we're on before I can make a prediction on these heavies and what guns they're going to be running. But I think there's a very real chance that we're going to see that mesh. We might even see that that winch come back out here from WMD, if I am correct here. But very interested to see how these guys are going to work out. Looks like we've got a standard issue. Nice classic Monaco environment here. As this game gets underway, it's about to start up.
Yeah, excited to see. Looks like Clarify rocking that LH1 too. So I think my prediction is going to be even more true as we're going to see even more long-range loadouts coming out of these teams here. But remember, Bravado still has that DMAT, which I think is going to be a little bit more useful now on this standard issue. But
yeah,
with this long-range poke playstyle, though, we'll see.
Speaking of we'll see, we've got this this point. Looks like the entirety of WD moved up to high ground, but we've got throwing knives on Roly Poly, which is not something I would expect to see. He's running a pretty standard comp otherwise, but these throwing knives are going to be interesting, especially on a map like Monaco where you see that longer range gunfighting. He's not going to be able to do as much with these throwing knives. They really fall off in the speed. Unfortunately, he's forced to drop off as he gets tagged pretty heavily here from Graziv. That heal ball is there, providing use as best as they can. They've got that DMAT on Bravado again. There's no heal beam on that medium, but it looks like both teams are kind of stalled out here. They're just posted up on both sides of this high ground of this cathedral here.
Yeah, you know, that is kind of a good trade out for the team of WMD there that, you know, they don't have that heal beam. They did swap that out for the DMAT, which does give them a little bit more stall for that cash out. So Jimbo is able to swap out that C4 for the heal ball, which kind of takes place a little bit of that heal beam, just a little bit slower, but we already have a pick coming out. Clarify ends up going down in a 1v2, getting caught out alone. Now Graziv and Mr. Tinder, they're trying to chase down Jimbo, but Bravado comes in with a huge flank, helping out his teammate to get that pick. And now it's only Mr. Tinder. He does have that shack. Might be able to throw down Roly Poly here, but he has to reload, and the throwing knives do not have to reload. Just constant pressure on the Tinder there. He's going to go down, and that's going to be a wipe. WMD is going to move this over to B.
Yeah, those throwing knives are able to provide that constant pressure. That's definitely one of the most irritating things to come up against when you're stuck reloading a gun like a shack. You just on that reload simulator almost. Wow. Weapons that like the bow, like the throwing knives, those things just keep on pushing the same pressure. There doesn't have to relent even a little bit. It just keeps on going. But B is going to get pushed on out with that winch. That DMAT winch combo is great to pull walls away only temporarily when you need to. And back into hiding goes WMD. They're going to just post up next to this building, unsuspecting. Is Pata on their roof, the same roof. They can hear them clomping around. And they're just going to continue to just play quiet until they need to explode. And they're going to be forced on Pata to inspect every floor here and do their due diligence, because if they miss a floor, then they could worry about getting aped when they go for the steal. And here's the steal coming out. They're the whole building away. They are going to jump on in, and it looks like that jump pad was there to get him out without taking very much damage at all. And now they pulled them out a little bit. But it looks like they might be going right back into hiding here, Dread.
Yeah, great timing coming out of the side of Pada, though. They hopped off of that steal right when they came in. They were able to dodge that glitch nade here and find out where they were hiding, and now they're on the hunt. Looks like they have found out Bravado, caught out on his own. Graziv trying to chase him down, but he does have that D-mat. He's able to get out of there quick, but Jimbo with a huge winch ends up taking out Graziv, and now Mr. Tinder's trying to take out Roly Poly, but remember, Roly Poly does not have to reload. He's got those throwing knives. Tinder does have to reload. He's not able to connect on that. Clarify now caught out. Tinder's got to connect back up to Clarify so they can get that 2v2 going. And they don't have a lot of time left on this box. He's going to go for the stick right now. And they do bait it really well. Jimbo ends up going down. Now it's only Roly Poly to stall. Clarify. Does he land the shot? He tries to heal. Mr. Tinder does not trust the heals, though. He hops off. I think if he stuck that, they would have got it. Now he has to, and they don't have any heals. They don't have enough heals, but he still gets it at the last second.
That is crazy. I mean, that goes to show, I mean, you just never see throwing knives. Both players almost kind of didn't know what they wanted to do to make that gameplay work the best. They can't wait for that reload. They are just kind of stuck. Unfortunately, he missed a couple of those bullets, Roly Poly, and he had to, well, they're not even bullets, to be honest, a couple of throwing knives, and he had to back off, and the stall was almost there, and I definitely think it would have been good to have stuck it, especially with so many missed throwing knives, but that is not a fight that you are used to seeing, you know, probably on both sides there, so they were probably caught out a little bit, not able to play maximally optimally as they would have liked. That was very crazy.
Yep, Pada ends up clutching that first box out here, but now we have another fight coming here. Glitch comes in, I believe, connecting only on one player. Here comes the big pad coming out, though. Clarify stuck alone against Bravado here. We do have a 2v2 up on this flat top here. Graziv and Mr. Tinder doing lots of damage over to Jimbo. I believe that winch did get blocked. The healing comes out from Roly Poly, gets him back up to half health. Now Roly Poly dashing around, takes out turns onto Mr. Tinder, and they get that quick wipe from WMD.
Wow. Roly Poly showing us that it was just a fluke that he missed a couple of those bullets there, or a couple of those throwing knives there earlier. He showed up and he won his one against Mr. Tinder without an objective to even play for there. So that was really well played. Looks like they're going to bring it on over to the church. This catch out C spawn, basically where Vault 1 was earlier. Church already has a little bit of destruction on it. Here's the spawn coming out from Pada. They're going to get the gateway on in there, and they're going to be climbing this church, this cathedral. But max height is WMD. They're deciding that they're going to go ahead and get this pressure on early instead of playing hiding this time. Mr. Tinder able to get up in there, but those throwing knives are able to just kind of snake around and provide pressure, force him to choose where he wants to put his best shield. He's going to get into that fight. He gets taken down to half HP, but healed right back up from Graziv. They're stuck playing on this low ground here. This is such a vertical fight here. You don't see this too often. As Jimbo jumps down, Graziv in such a great position here. He's able to duck away, catch Jimbo off guard. He's able to get a little bit of healing with his heal ball, but he gets winched. Is he going to be able to live off of this? Graziv on 2 bars, able to get away just barely in the nick of time with that goo. Unfortunately, he does get taken down by Jimbo's RPG. Great RPG there. Mr. Tinder now in Clarify there on that fight. Unfortunately, he gets taken down as well. Clarify with that LH1 does not have as much impact on that close range. There is your first team fight here for this box. They are going to continue to hold this WMD. There might be a chance for a redemption on this box, Dread. What do you think?
Yeah, it's going to be a close one. Pada's going to have to come in really fast. They did get that box, or that roof open a little bit so that they can maybe drop it down and try to force WMD off of this high ground here, but they're going to have to go in there quick. The only problem is Bravado with that DMAT. Doesn't really matter where they end up manipulating this box or dropping it at all. Bravado's just going to be able to peek them, but I do like this gating in, taking this high ground away from them as soon as possible. I don't know if they know Jimbo's just sitting up there, though. Looks like they're going to drop right on it. They have to go for the steal. Tinder rides it all the way down, but gets knocked out at the very last second off of it. And now they don't have enough time. WMD is going to take this box. Looks like taking the wipe here, too, but Graziv wins the medium 1v1 against Bravado and gets the fib up onto Tinder. It's going to be a 2v2. Jimbo is very low. He cannot hop back into the fight just yet, forcing Roly Poly into a 1v2, but he does turn it and get the trade onto Graziv. Now it's a heavy 1v1. This is where this winch might come into play here. And wow. I do like that play with the orange barrel, but unfortunately blows it up a little bit too early onto himself. and Tinder does get that kill. Unfortunately, losing the box, but getting the wipe. Now they get to set up on 3 a little bit. Now it is 1-1 here in this 3v3 of WMD versus Pata.
Man, that was a pretty funny there, heavy 1v1 there. That Orange Barrel was a very unique option there, especially when you're kind of up against a mesh that can't really break through. It's a pretty smart attempt there. Unfortunately, it seemed to have done more damage to himself than it did to Mr. Tinder. Looks like we've got WMD spawning in. They're opting for this low ground. They're going to go ahead and play low ground. They know that the objective needs to be moved at some point. But there's a jump pad from Bravado. He's going to take a fight with Graziv. He's going to back off, actually, because he is forced into a 2v1. And they're going to continue to force the issue and take him down. Now, Roly Poly and Jimbo are going to try and get in there and try and even the odds here. Clarify joining in as well. Lots of util being thrown around here. Lots of heal beams as well. Clarify getting taken down by Jimbo, and then the trade coming through from Mr. Tinder. Roly Poly last alive. Graziv getting that res. Maybe being able to connect with a couple of those bullets. Not so much. Roly Poly using all of his dashes. Great kill into Mr. Tinder, but there is the final trade to clear out that team wipe, and now the point is free to be moved. We'll see where they want to bring it.
Yeah, I'm guessing Grandma's house here over on D. They might be plugging it over there. Looks like they are setting up that gateway, reverse it over there to Grandma's, which I think is going to be pretty good because they're going to have a little bit more time to set up here once they get this plugged. But WMD is going to be up pretty quick, spawning over there on the side of those cannons over there in the courtyard. And they are setting up a goo pad. Maybe setting up this gateway up onto the roof here of Grandma. This box is plugged now. They're just opting to take that zip line. Jimbo taking lots of damage, but Graziv taking so much damage from Bravado there. He's going to end up going down. Mr. Tinder now trying to salvage as much of this fight as he can, but taking so much damage. Both dome shields end up coming down from both of these heavies. Clarify able to get that pick onto Bravado there, but they end up getting taken out anyways. WD coming in and getting this really big reverse team wipe here. They're going to be able to swap this point over in their favor, but still a lot of time left on this point. Pata is going to be able to come in and fight at least one more time on this box.
Yeah, I think Pata's going to get one more attempt here, and I think with the gameplay that we've already seen from WMD, they like to play slow, they like to stall for time. I don't think they're going to get more than just one opportunity here. It's going to be a very comfortably long opportunity. Great kill onto Bravado to open this fight up. This is an incredible pick for the team, and Roly Poly gets knocked off of that zipline. They're going to go immediately for this flip, see if they can get something going. Jimbo maybe opting for this res while Roly Poly is in this light fight. Great hits from Clarify, not a single bullet onto his head. As he's full HP, they do get that res off onto Bravado. He's going to look for that insta. There's the defib and the heavy Jimbo looking to fight Graziv. Down goes Clarify to Bravado's CBO1. Now Graziv forced to play a little bit passive here on 3-bar, but he is able to get healed back up. Mr. Tinder and Graziv, dynamic duo. They did get the flip. Now they're going to play stall. 2 players for the stall can work very well. They are able to get the stall once. Are they going to be able to get it again? The pressure from those throwing knives is immense. The steel could be getting through, and there it is. It is taken through, and there is the wipe, and the building is crumbling.
Yeah, WMD really well played taking that back. I don't know. Pata had such a good pick coming into that fight, but then unfortunately Clarify somehow ended up dying before they could pop the defib, and WMD was able to get their whole team back up and ready to go, taking that point back. Really well fought by WMD there.
Yeah, absolutely. That was an exciting game. That was very exciting. Those cash outs switched hands so often on all of those cash outs just about. So that was pretty neck and neck. That was about as close as you could possibly get. A lot of flips happened back and forth. I even got spittle on my screen. That's how excited I got. Man, that was fun. Oh.
Yeah, really well played there. I'm not even sure how that happened. I thought for sure after Pata got that first pick, all they had to do was stop that defib and camp that body. I don't know how WD was able to sneak in there, get that huge defib, and not only that, get a pick on top of getting the defib, and that really turned that entire fight over in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was really well played there. They were able to get that pressure on. They were able to get that flip, but it was not enough, unfortunately, to hold for that stall. I thought they might have had the possibilities there. Roly Poly on those throwing knives was such an interesting pick. I felt like it really shone in a couple of spots there during those fights, but I felt like it really shown some of the weaknesses or maybe the difficulties in using it when a lot of those fights just not hitting a single shot. A couple of those light 1v1s, I know one in particular there near that last point was Clarify and Roly Poly. Clarify didn't have a single tick of damage on him. So, I mean, either really difficult to use or maybe a couple of weaknesses. I'm not sure. It was very awesome to see a little bit of variety nonetheless.
Yep, I completely agree. And I believe now, after these 3v3s are completely finished, we are going to go back into the second cash out game here. I'm going to go into the second heat, starting the cash out games again, giving these teams chances to get more points and kind of seed themselves in a little bit better position coming into the 3v3s. But remember, even after you seed yourself high in that cash out, you still got to win those 3v3s to really come out on top with the most points there. So like we were talking about earlier, I still think these teams are going to need to be playing really safe and be playing their own game to try to secure themselves first place before they start trying to sabotage the people who have already gotten this early lead.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be very exciting to see what happens there. But I think in the meantime, however, it looks like we're going to do a quick break. We're going to have a little bit of an intermission, let you guys get some water, let you guys get a little bit of bathroom break if you need it. And then we will be right back. So look forward to get that game set up in the meantime while we wait in our intermission. And we will see you all shortly.
Yo, guys, what is up? Welcome back to Moolah Mondays. We'll be going into our lower heat here. We're going to be going back into these 12s. We're going to be on Sis Horizon. Going to be another great match here. I'm excited to see how this plays out, how the strategies of the 12s going into these 3s with this other set of teams in this bracket. How are you feeling, V?
Man, I'm excited. I'm looking at these players here on these teams, and a lot of these players I know and am familiar with, and so I'm very excited to see these guys get into this game. Sis Horizon, as we all know, is just an absolute banger of a competitive map. So, I mean, it's going to get used to its fullest extent here, and all the options and all the cash outs here that get ran here. I am very excited to get into this game with these players here. I think we're just waiting on a couple of players to make sure that a couple of these teams to make sure that they are ready. We get to see our showing again from ZND. We already saw them at the beginning of this stream with their little show match there. And they were looking like great form. So I'm very excited to see how they're going to be able to perform in this cash out match. I'm very excited to just see all these players here play. I'm very interested to see the strategies, the team comps, the specs, all of it, Dread. I'm very excited.
Yeah, I completely agree. ZND is a team that I've been keeping an eye on for a long time now as well, too. I got introduced to them really early on in Ape Squad Sunday Pug Days series before I've seen them compete in any tournament styles there. And they've been competing together for a long time now, and you can really tell that them as a group, their synergy has been growing and improving, and they are turning into a pretty scary team to compete against.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, they've been proven great. Their coach VK, he's a great guy too, so that also helps having a solid coach on the back in the back pocket there. But looks like our game is finally getting ready to get underway here. Our beautiful Sis Horizon. I'm taking a quick peek at the comps before we jump on in, and it looks like we've got 2 that are running double heavy medium. Meanwhile, the other 2 are running heavy, medium, light. So I'm very interested to see the clash of the metas here coming into this competitive map as we get launched up, kicking off. Very interested to see. Looks like we've got ZND and Steppers are going to make first contact here over by Vault 1. Gets immediately opened on both sides of the map. Immediate winch coming through, and down goes Zeus to Kip's SA-1216. Trying to get Shadow as well, seeing if he can get some work. He's chasing this light, not the smartest play, but Evade getting caught out as well, taken down by Just Angel. And now it's Shadow left alive. He's going to have to go for that res. He's going to have to play safe. We're going to jump on over to the other side of the map because I bet the fight is about to begin over here with Vault 2 being open. Both these teams are playing on alternate heights, but Ballmunch is going to make first contact, taken down to half HP. But the Recky's running around, taking Uvinity down to 2-bar. Does get taken down, unfortunately, and Julia as well, trying to get in there, trying to get that fight, does get taken down, unfortunately, and there is a wipe. That's our second wipe, I think.
Yeah, Hacho going in there with that sword and just slicing them up. That's one of the only weaknesses, I believe, to the double heavy medium is if you miss that winch on that sword with one of those heavies, I mean, he gets in there and just starts multi-striking everybody that's standing right on top of each other, and you just get so much value out of it. But if he lands that winch, I mean, it could go the other direction real fast here. On the other side of the map, though, Steppers still have control of this point, and it looks like ZND is trying to make their way in. They're a little bit far out, though, getting poked down by Koi on that repeater there. Red Barrel's flying in from Kip, not really landing yet. Looks like they're going to focus on trying to go inside, but we got a third party coming in. Admin have now arrived to the party. They're hopping onto ZND. Efforts, if they make it out of here, they might be able to live and control their point. Just kind of let Admin and ZND fight. ZND just barely made it out of their admin. Unfortunately, has lost one. But Kip might be getting ran down here, too. And they're just going to rotate out. Looks like they're just going to rotate all the way to the other side of the map. They're just going to give it up. They're just going to let them fight.
I'm shocked. I mean, they're the team that's holding the point, and it looks like they've just completely abandoned this cash out. I don't fully understand the strategies here at play, but I guess they were just not even a little bit interested in handling a third party. They want to go ahead and jump into the other cash out to keep the tempo up as best as they can. But that flip is going towards admin, and now they're going to go ahead and reset, and they're going to play safe. They're going to play for this time. Quick addendum to what I mentioned at the very beginning of this game here is they're actually running HHL, heavy light here. They're going to go for this steal, but that jump pad is going to cause a lot of problems as they jump on in evade, trying to get some damage into Ball Munch. Unfortunately, not able to get too much going through. That mesh shield the trade does come through on Shadow. Unfortunately, he's not able to get that final frag onto Arekis. And Julio as well is alive. He's actually still fighting Zeus here, and he does take that frag down, and there is a wipe. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, we did lose Glitch. So it looks like that worked out there for Steppers.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think Z&D even realized that Steppers had left the fight there because they were playing so slow. I think they were so worried that this was still a third-party situation. But Steppers were just so confident in their 3v3 abilities, and they had so much time left on that other point. I actually really like that play. They went over there. They did win that 3v3, and they were able to take that point. So Steppers still gaining the lead here as they now have gotten a plug and a steal to get themselves up in the lead here. But now we have the next boxes getting tapped here. Z&D trying to move one over here, but we got a third party coming in. Again, it's Steppers, admin, and Z&D. Arekis ends up going down on the side of admin, and they're getting chased down by Z&D. Steppers in a really good position to finish off this third party now while Z&D is hurt.
Oh my gosh, that was an admin sandwich, and it looks like both of these teams might get out with their life, and Steppers have decided to say sayonara. We're going to get out of here with this box, and everybody's going to spread on out. We're going to try and regroup here. Z&D's not moved up too heavily, but it looks like they're interested in trying to take down Steppers. They're able to catch Aokoi off by himself. He's on 4-bar, but he is able to live with that goo, kind of playing time. Winch attempt coming on to Just Angel does miss, unfortunately. There's a frag on the Aokoi from evade, but Kip's jumping in here. He's able to get a great frag with that RPG. See if he can clean this up. Zeus is the last alive on his team, playing that dome shield to its best of its ability. And hello, third party. Admin was not pleased about their third party sandwich that they were a part of, and they're going to take control of the situation. They're going to get that frag onto two of those members. Aokoi is going to get that coin, but the flip has already happened, and now they're going to be having a tough time deciding to go for that coin or go for the reses, and it looks like the coining is commencing.
Yeah, it's kind of a rough timing from Koi there on that coin, but he did get Kip's body, so he's going to get that hand res off. Doesn't have to spend another coin there. Angel, unfortunately, does not have any more coins left. He's trying to get a little bit damage off onto admin here. This is that double heavy team. They got a huge health pool. On the other side of the map, Z&D is back up, trying to push into Glitch. Not a lot happening over there yet, though. It looks like Steppers is going to try to go for the swap. They're just going to stick it. Oh, but it got dropped at the very last second. And he gets hopped off of that. Now admin is still up. Arekis takes a big RPG. Ball Munch is over by himself. Kip trying to take this 1v1 here. Lots of damage going out. Aokoi doesn't barely get the stick. He gets winched off of it at the very last second and ends up going down. But admin can still win this fight. It's a 2v1. They do take that. They do still have time for this. Angel is going to stick that res, heal up Kip first, and they're going to get that point swapped over in their favor, and everybody else is dead. I think that's going to be theirs. Looks like Glitch have won their team fight on the other side as well, so now Glitch going to be taking second place. Steppers holding on to their first place spot.
Wow, I could not tell if Julio was deciding to wait until the very last possible second for that winch, or if his winch just wasn't ready yet, because that was really close. I don't think there was but a couple of pixels left on that steal. But the game's continuing on here. Steppers on top of the leaderboard. Possible third party happening once again. Steppers does not want to be a part of any of this, hopefully, because they're going to make their way on over towards 6 as 5 gets opened by admin.
Yeah, and the boxes are just going to be kind of moved over here. 6 just now getting tapped by Steppers over here. Koi kind of caught out by himself a little bit. Might get jumped on by ZND, but ZND is getting shot in the flank by Glitch over there. Zuex in a pretty tough spot right here, just barely making it out. Koi, though, still just sitting there with that repeater, just doing so much poke damage. Zuex able to make it to some cover there and play his regen. Looks like on the other side of the map, though, Julio has taken out Hacho while they were trying to get that box, and now Ball Munch is probably going to go get this plug here over in A. And as I'm saying that, Steppers did just plug over here in the open courtyard on the side of B.
Yeah, we've got both those plugs. There's the second plug coming through on admin, and it looks like Steppers have secured themselves a really comfortable first place here. Not even... there's a chance that if Glitch is able to take that steal, they are able to secure first place, but it's not by very much money at all, and it looks like they are going to play pretty passively here. There's not really any pressure. Nobody's going to bother them on catch out B, and so now it's going to be a heck of a fight here with 3 full teams and Kip Pip to come say hi for these fights.
Yeah.
He's going to jump in there. He's going to try and do some damage. It's kind of bold of him to try and take a 1v2. There's just able to join them. But meanwhile, we've got the team fight finally commencing here. ZND and Steppers, or is that Glitch? That's Glitch. That's Glitch. And Glitch is going to go ahead and go for that heal up. They are able to get those 2 kills. ZND Shadow is going to retaliate with that extra frag. But now they're going to get that res, and Shadow doesn't have as much of a reset as he would like. There's the res. There's the attempt to get out with his life. Half of the time has gone through on this cash out, and admin's been sitting pretty up top. They're not doing very much at all. They're just going to poke away as they see fit. Down goes Kip Kip. There is one of the players on Stepper's team trying to get some work done, trying to do a little bit of manipulation of who they want in. But not going to do too much. ZND crawling around the staircase. Meanwhile, Glitch posted up great APS turret, doing a ton of work. That APS turret has gotten almost maximum ability with that steal. Not able to go through fully, unfortunately, as Hacho gets a lot of kills. Zeus and Evade and Shadow finally getting that wipe. Both teams are actually wiped here, admin and Glitch, and so Ayo Koi is going to be the last one to be able to stop that. Not able to do enough there. Just a couple of seconds on the board here. Great steal, great positioning from ZND to really bring themselves back on into second place to end this game with that cash out.
Yeah, really well played by ZND there. Coming in towards the very end, Zuex with a huge RPG on the side of Glitch there, right when that APS had consumed all of its projectiles it could possibly consume. And ZND taking that second place spot. Steppers in a really comfortable first place position.
Absolutely. That is a very comfortable position for them for sure. Nice performance from all these teams here today. We had a lot of good team fights and a lot of close cash outs. Yeah, do you have any standout players or any standout plays you saw from that cash out here, Dread?
Oh, I mean, man, it's so hard to tell. All of these teams are playing really well. There's just so much crazy stuff that can happen in those cash out games. We saw lots of third parties. I really like the play from Steppers at the very beginning of the game when they saw that third party come in. They already had that money from the tap and the plug on that box, and they knew they could safely rotate out. They had so much time on that other box because of just how staggered it was. And they were so confident in their 3v3 ability, they said, you know what? We're not even going to mess with this 3v6. We're not even going to mess with all this craziness that can happen in this third party. We're just going to go and take a little bit of a more controlled 3v3 and went to the other side of the map, won that 3v3, took that box, and I think that really put them in such a great position, really set their momentum for the rest of that round.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things I was thinking of as they were making that decision and making their way on over is they didn't allow Glitch to have the opportunity to bring in a fourth party. That's something that you can see a lot in these cash out games when you have 3 teams fighting. You saw that in at the very end. Steppers knew what they were doing with that fourth party play. They were comfortably by themselves on that cash out far away, and they could just come on in and they could just cause chaos, make things hard for everybody. And they knew they didn't want to be on the receiving end of that at the beginning of the game, and they brought it all the way around, played that tempo right to be on the giving end of that. So that was a lot of great gameplay. Really unfortunate for admin there, at least in the middle, on that last set of vaults to just kind of get sandwiched there. I think ZND really brought it around too. They were struggling on that first cash out. Like you mentioned, they were thinking that maybe there was still a third party happening there, but they played the third/fourth partying there at the very end incredibly. They waited until everybody was fighting as hard as they can fight, and they were taken to no HP and jumped in there and quick and cleanly just demolished the entirety of who was there, and then got a really secure steal at the very end. That was a beautiful thing to see, I think.
Yeah, I completely agree. And now we're going to see how they switch it up just a little bit going into this 3v3 here. I think this is going to be a pretty high-octane map coming into Sis Horizon with Steppers and Z&D here. These are both some pretty crazy high-level teams running pretty similar play styles here. We're going to see just how it plays out going into Sis Horizon for this 3v3.
Absolutely. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, they were running double heavy light there in that cash out. It'll be very interesting to see if they continue to run that double heavy light comp. I know that's not their normal comp. From what I've seen, they did run a standard HML most of the time. It looks like we've got a player restarting, so we've got a couple more minutes before we jump into that game. So I'll be very interested to see what comp they run. I definitely think we did see an SA-1216 on both teams, so it'll be very interesting to see if they continue to use that, especially on a map like Sis Horizon. It is a little bit longer range, but the way that these teams are able to manipulate when they want to take that fight, they will be able to choose to get in there with that SA-1216 and wreak havoc, especially with the team play there. So it'll be very interesting to see how they're able to play in this 3v3 game mode here.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's going to be a fun one to watch. I really love Sis Horizon, especially on these 3v3s too, because I believe it is one of the most I don't know how I want to word this. What do I say? The most competitively viable map, I guess, is like one of the best ways I could describe it, just because it's such a balanced map. You can have almost any loadout work on it. There's a lot of close range areas. There's a lot of long range lanes that you can shoot down as well. And it's pretty even in those aspects, whereas a lot of the other maps are really verticality focused, or they're really close range focused, or it's just like Kyoto where everything's long range. You know what I mean? I feel like Sis Horizon is the most balanced map we can have, which I think is why it's kind of normally the fan favorite when it comes to these competitive games.
Absolutely. I definitely really like the map. I know there's a very small handful of maps that I think are in the higher tier of competitive balancing here for this game. And this map, Kevin, coming out in season 2, I mean, that's a long time ago. It's impressive that Embark cooked so hard with a map of this quality, and I'm really hoping to see more of these going forward. I think the unique identity is really good, and I think the unique identity of some of these maps coming out more recently, like Fanguai City, are really awesome. But I think that there's a chance that they're trying to be a little too unique in their personality with that massive, gigantinormous verticality. Kind of just changes the gameplay, makes it a little less balanced than what it could be. Looks like we finally loaded into this game, and we're going to be switching on over to our gameplay here just in 5 seconds. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to maybe seeing more competitively viable maps here from Embark to have a real solid competitive rotation pool of maps.
Yeah, I completely agree, but here we go. Getting into this game, we got Z&D versus the Steppers here. Coming out of our top bracket match, coming out of this lower heat here in the cash out, first and second place in the 3v3 against each other. Already a fight breaking out. A little bit of a glitch barrel thrown, not really connected a little bit. Shadow taking a little bit of damage there. Shadow actually rocking that 93R. See how that ends up working out. Nobody really going for a tap yet. Man. Boy trying to get a little bit of peek coming in, trying to get as much information as he can.
Kip, I think he got a little too impatient there. He was just posted up, ready to catch him off guard through the doorway. Instead, he tried to jump to himself. So his RPG didn't get as much value, but his SA-1216 certainly did taking down Evade. Now Zeus here on low HP. He's able to win that fight with the revolver. So much damage in so little time. Shadow as well, able to win that fight, but the insta comes through. Now Zeus in a 1v2. Can he do enough to win this fight? Kip on half HP. Just Angel full HP. He does get the res off onto Shadow. That is his light. Going to be interesting to see if he stalls out another couple seconds here for the coin from Evade. This vault hasn't been opened yet, so these teams might reset, and it looks like the reset is going to come through here. There's the res coming from Steppers. As they're able to fully reset, the coin is out. Damage on the Shadow. Wow, huge destruction coming through on the map. That's a lot of dynamism for you. There's a first trade. Once again, Just Angel going down, Shadow going down. Zeus soon to follow with Evade, last alive on his team. Unfortunately, not able to get too much work done. There is your first fight with Vault following from Steppers.
Yeah, and correction, actually, I said that Shadow in the beginning was on that 93R, but it looks like he did swap last second to that M11. But really big team wipe coming out of Steppers here. They're now going to get this box over, get it moved over to A, which I believe is a pretty good point to have as our first point. It's a really defensive-heavy box. There's lots of floors there. You can drop it down playing that stall. But the good news is Z&D is already back in and ready to fight here. And with a pretty good spawn, too, as they're coming in right behind them as they get this box plugged.
Might be able to catch Aokoi off guard. They are just a little bit as he gets taken to half HP. Just Angel is by himself as well, but he's able to get out both of them with that goo. Forced to take a couple of seconds to take that goo away. Now, Z&D is going to play underneath this point. They're going to go ahead and throw that C4. They're looking to bring it down. Shadow getting caught off, taking a big hit. Low HP on him. Low HP on Evade a little bit, at least set to half. This is an impenetrable fortress just about here that Steppers have built. We've got 45 seconds into this cash out. Z&D know where they are, but they are just not really interested in taking this direct fight. They might go for the steal. Still C4 on the point. There's a glitch down the C4. Evade taking the 4 bar, but Kip taking a ton of damage from Shadow as well. Getting healed up, but he's by himself in this fight. He might have to get away. There's Just Angel to come for the help. Down goes Kip. Now they're going to go ahead and look for that reset. Aokoi and Just Angel are able to get... Aokoi's not actually able to get through that teleport that Just Angel set for him as Zeus pushes up here. Very bold 1v1 to take here with Just Angel, both on low HP, 2 bars and 3 bars respectively. Finally, Shadow here to come in for support. Just Angel by himself, trying to play life, trying to take his time. His teammates have 5 seconds and 10 seconds to coin respectively, but there's only 30 seconds on the point. Great flip and a great play from Z&D. Are they going to be able to bring it back? Steppers, can they do it, Dread?
Yeah, there's not a lot of time left on this. Coming up on the about 15-second point here as all of Steppers is back in. They're going to need to hop on it really fast, but there is that C4 on it. Looks like Kip is going to do it. He's got that dome shield coming out. It does get glitched, though, by a glitch barrel and the glitch nade itself, and he's absolutely blasted down after all of the shields have broken, and Z&D taking the first box there.
Yeah, that was a lot of great work there from Z&D, and then they basically just had to make sure that they paid a little bit of extra attention there at the very end to get their setups there just in case they needed to. Kip was kind of looking a little unsure where he wanted to go for that steal, trying to measure up where he felt most comfortable there. That C4 was making his life difficult for those decisions, but decision was made pretty quickly for him when he ate a lot of bullets to the face.
Yeah, but here we go again, Z&D. We're going to get ready to gateway that box, but it did get glitched out by Steppers there. And now they're setting up a reverse gate. They just snagged it, went through it. Z&D just realized that it got glitched there, and now they're going to try to chase on this zipline here. Zuex taking a little bit of damage. But that revolver actually putting in so much damage on that long range, too. That glitch actually just barely hitting the edge of that mesh shield, bringing down Evade's shield. And unfortunately, I don't know what happened to that goo there, but only half of it ended up winning off, and it's not enough cover for him. Zuex taking so much damage from that V9S at that long range. But Evade wants to get active. He comes off of that big mega pad with the RPG, but just barely raises Kip, and they turn on Zuex as Evade had to drop down, unfortunately leaving Zuex on his own. Evade does have that body, though. Trying to get the hand res off. It is stopped by Angel, though. but it looks like Steppers are just going to opt to get this plug here and just regroup, reset, take this high ground away from Evade, and they are trying to goo off that mega pad here to force Evade and ZooX to walk all the way around. Shadow trying to take this off angle here.
Yeah, Shadow's just playing pretty passive. Unfortunately, Aokoi is just keeping continuous pressure on him as he's peeking similar angles. Evade and Zeus jumping in here onto the same level as the cash out while the entirety of the Steppers are on max height. Dropping it down once, Kip loading that RPG, getting it primed, throwing that C4 onto the point. There's the jump pad, possible attempt at fighting here. Kip and Evade here fighting for that heavy glory. Down goes Evade, unfortunately, but the remaining players of ZND are in there to save him and get him back up and running. Now down a heavy. Aokoi might be able to get that res on his teammate here. Just Angel is going to continue to keep that stall up. Half time on the point here as Zeus tries to continue to bait this out. Shadow on almost no HP is forced to play passive. Just Angel is basically carrying his team in the stall moment right here. But ZND's jumped themselves onto max height, trying to see if they can find them, fish them out here. But Kip's going to get that coin. They're going to jump in here. They're going to go for that point. And Just Angel again stalling them just another couple of seconds. This is going to go on for a long time. If ZND doesn't change exactly what they're doing here and are able to fish out these players, they're going to lose this point. They're going to go for this steal once again. They've got all the util on it. There's the glitch. There's a frag onto Zeus from Kip. Great kill, great second kill onto Evade. Looking for the third here onto Shadow, but Shadow does not let him get that 3 kill. He does get traded away though.
Yeah, great stalls coming out of Steppers there. Really doing a great job at playing their own life there, waiting for Kip to coin back in and just peeking from every different angle they possibly can, never staying in the same spot. And they were able to get that box going into a tiebreaker box now.
Yeah, that is a great hold. Now they're able to bring themselves right back into this fight. Vault 3 pretty far away here, but both cash outs not far away from the vault. ZND spawning pretty close. They're going to fight in this building here before they make their way on over, possibly. They continue to make their way on over towards Vault 3.
Looks like ZND is going to make it over just a little bit earlier here. Steppers coming in right behind him. I don't know if anybody knows where they are yet. Looks like ZooX just got spotted. He's going to take a little bit of a damage. He's going to get healed right back up by that infuser, though. Kip trying to get in range to where you can get a big RPG off. Dome shield ends up going down. Huge damage onto Evade with that SA-12. He's going to block that great dome shield onto Koi. Koi's going to heal up Kip, and it's a quick wipe. 4 Steppers. They're going to be able to tap this box.
I really liked the idea that Evade had there, aping that medium by himself. Aokoi being on that medium has that heal beam, has that defibrillators. Unfortunately, he had a Kip right behind him, threw on his dome, jumped in there, started making work done, and that was the end of the story pretty much.
Yep, they're going to get this moved over here. Here comes the reverse gate to get him right on to B. This is another great point to have here. This is a really good spot for Steppers to be in. A lot of floors, like I was talking about earlier, to be able to drop down and they can play that height. Just like I said, ZND coming in a little bit far away, too, as well. I think they kind of spawned right before that reverse gate ended up going down. So now they need to make their way across. Mesh Shield trying to let them push across this bridge a little bit. Koi with a pretty cheeky angle here, trying to get as much damage as he can on their cross. Kip ready to go with his RPG as soon as they peek here. Let's see how they end up peeking this. Here comes. I like that goo to cut it off, but apparently lands right onto Angel, so it gets broken before it can really fully form. Dome shield ends up coming off of Kip, and they're taking a little bit too much damage off of that low ground. Evade ends up getting dropped. He's going to try to make their way up in the stairs, but Angel hears him. He might be face checking right into Koi and Angel, but he's just going to get gooed off here. ZND are a little bit split, but now Kip running right into Evade. All 3 of ZND hopping right onto him. He's taking so much damage. He's trying to climb his way up, dare teching, but he ends up going down. But it's okay. Angel gets the trade right onto Shadow, but they get the defib up right away. Koi, unfortunately, not able to get the body, I believe, of Kip, so they don't get that trade off. There's not a lot of time left on this huge RPG by Evade. Angel doesn't make it out. Koi does make it back into Kip to get the fifth, but it's a terrible timing. And now he's stuck in a 1v2. He gets farmed. Z&D taking the box.
Wow, that was incredible. That was an exciting fight to see there. I mean, that fight was won and lost almost entirely on those defibs there. Koi, unfortunately, not able to grab his teammate's body to get that defib up. Meanwhile, Z&D, they were able to get that defib up, and they were able to get that reset a little bit quicker. And then Koi being forced to back off made it just so much easier for them to pressure that. Z&D played that incredibly, but you certainly can't count Steppers out there. They had a great play.
Yeah, that was a classic high-octane final round. Really came down to the wire between these two teams, Steppers and Z&D, but Z&D just barely able to win that last team fight and take that game in their favor.
Absolutely there. That was electric. That entire round was exciting. I loved seeing that. That was a lot of exciting gameplay. Fantastic teamwork there from both teams on both sides there. There was a lot of awesome opportunity. Funny enough, I'm looking at this leaderboard here at the end. Evade has 0 kills to his name, but he has 11 assists. Zeus has 10 kills. That is an incredible amount of teamwork there. He doesn't even need to get any kills there. He was on that heavy. He was on that SA-1216. He was dishing out a crap load of damage. 2.6k combat with 0 kills. That's impressive if I were to say so. But that was an exciting match, certainly.
Yeah, it just goes to show that the scoreboard at the end of the game really doesn't paint the entire picture of how the match actually ended up playing out, especially on both sides of that team there. Zuex getting 10 kills, going crazy with that Revo, but it really didn't get to see how well the rest of his team was playing around him as well, especially with Evade holding up that mesh shield and getting so much value out of some of those dome shields as well, too. That really doesn't get shown in the support score as much as it should.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, leaderboard certainly it paints a picture. It doesn't paint the entire picture. Certainly, that's for sure. But that was a lot of fun. Now I believe our next up is going to be Heat 2. I think we're going to be moving on to Heat 2 after this. We did have an intermission a little bit earlier, but we are going to take just a very short intermission to set up our lobbies here for Heat 2. And so it'll just be a couple of minutes, and then we'll be right back into the fight. We'll have Heat 2 set up here. We'll have that cash out, that upper bracket cash out set up. We'll have everything calculated. We'll be ready to rumble in just a couple minutes. We'll see you all shortly. Welcome back, everyone. Here we have our beautiful spreadsheet here that will show us the standings as it currently is, and we get to look at our Heat 2 as it before it gets kicked off here. We get to see on the top of the leaderboard here, if we're from looking at these points right, is Ignite Gaming. They've got a big old 214 points to their name. Incredible work from them. Not too far behind them is going to be Steppers. Actually, wait, Z&D, is that 194? Yes, that is 194 points with Z&D, following closely with Steppers at 165. Those are your top three teams there right now, and all three of those plus an additional team will be in there with them. We've got Ignite, Z&D, Steppers, and Freelo. Those are your top four teams that will be in Heat 2. We will be running on beautiful map of Seoul. It's going to be our Heat 2 upper bracket. And then our lower bracket is going to be running Nozomi in just a little bit here with WMD, Admin, Glitch, and Pada. Dread, you want to provide any insight here on what you're looking at?
Oh man, see the best part about this layout here in this Heat style is, we've got Ignite way in the lead, and we have our top three between Ignite, Z&D, and Steppers, like you were just talking about, but we still have the entire Heat 2 and the entire Heat 3 to get through. There's still so much time for these other teams that are a little bit farther behind in points to make a lot of points back, maybe knock some of these higher teams down just a little bit. It's still technically anybody's tournament.
Absolutely. I definitely agree with you on that one. The point spread really isn't massive. It's pretty wide, but there's a lot of points up for grabs here. So really anything can happen. But now that we've looked at these scores, now we know a little bit familiar of what our Heat 2 is looking like. We can look forward to what our Heat 3 is looking like. But it sounds like our players are ready here in this game, and they're excited to jump on in. We're going to move on over, get a little bit more speaking in while this game gets prepped and loaded up on Seoul. Looks like we're actually going to be doing under construction here, Dread. How do you think that's going to affect the dynamic of this map here?
Oh, man, I think under construction is really where the SA-12s start to come out again on Seoul that you don't normally see on Seoul. I think it's going to be an absolute bloodbath, especially with these teams coming into this. And I think, we were seeing Ignite that really shown that they were really comfortable with that close-range shotgun SMG playstyle, especially with Wacko running that model. And I think it's really going to come out and be really advantageous for them in under construction as well.
Absolutely. That's a very good point. I actually completely forgot. I have pretty bad short-term memory loss, it seems, these days. But Wacko running that model is going to be very interesting to see. Although one of the biggest downsides with his play style is going to be running that DMAT. That DMAT doesn't have very much value in the under construction area. There's just a big block of non-dematable area with a little bit of walls. There's not too many walls up there. They're all pretty thin. He can get a little bit of value, but he can't get a ton. So he's definitely going to have a lot of work cut out for him in the rest of the map. But if I take a quick look here at our team comps, it looks like we've got a comfortable HML, heavy, medium, light across the board here. So it should be a pretty standard looking game. Nobody's here to stretch the boundaries as this game gets started up here. I'm excited to see these teams play against each other.
Yeah, this is an extremely stacked lobby, to be honest with you. You have all of the top four teams up in here. It's extremely stacked, and this could still be anybody's game as we get into Con here. And it looks like Freelo are going to be running right into Z&D. Possibly looks like Freelo's opting to kind of get an early position up here onto Con. Zuex taking so much damage. Gets blasted out of midair by Zymers. Great shots with the repeater. Now Evade is coming over. Shadow is trying to get as much damage as he can, but they have lost their medium already. Spook and taking so much damage, but it doesn't matter. He gets so much value out before he goes down. Immediately fibbed up by Zymers. Great plays by Freelo, taking this first wipe onto Z&D.
Wow, that was incredible. I mean, so many bullets connected there before they could even finish jump padding on through. But I want to take a quick look here at the other side of the map with Vault 1 already open. Ignite taking a lot of damage. They are able to reset, however, as they get pushed here by Steppers. Steppers able to not get any frags here just yet. Again, just taking everybody down to half HP as they continue to look around, try and see if they can get something done here. Dawn playing that mesh shield to the most he possibly can. Now down on 1 bar alone, but Aokoi is able to take down Wacko finally, and now they're looking around, seeing if they can continue to get these frags here. There's only 2 members left. Down goes Jericho. Dawn, the last member alive on max height, getting pressured from even as far as the construction area. That pressure can just continue onwards. He's going to go ahead and jump off the map. He doesn't have enough money to really keep it worth it.
Yeah, and look at that, though. While Angel was trying to get over there to plug that Z&D, has spawned over on that side, was able to cut him off and get that plug for themselves. Now Koi and Kip Kip are going to try to jump back over there. Koi immediately gets taken out by that Rebo on the side of Zuex, though. Kip Kip is just going to try to fight. He does grab the body here, though. Might be good to just wipe. There he goes. He's going to go off the edge. Just get this reset going. There's so much stagger coming off these points here. There's still plenty of time on B. And there's still even plenty of time. We're only getting to the halfway point on Con here that Freelo is holding up. Looks like Ignite is going to opt to fight this construction fight against Freelo here. Wacko jumping right over to the point here, dematting it down, trying to force them over, but they're not going to take the bait just yet. Zymers and Spooky playing really well together, playing this goo as their cover. Super getting a lot of damage out on Jericho. Jericho eats an RPG right to the head. He's got 1 HP left. They do get the swap over in the favor of Ignite, but Freelo is jumping on him right now. Wacko just barely living with his life, somehow taking out Spooky, but he's immediately going to get pipped right back up. All of Ignite is really hurt, though. Freelo pressing their advantage. Ignite trying to back up with their mesh shield in hand. Jericho trying to do as much damage as he can before he ends up going down, but now it's only Dawn left alive versus all 3 of Freelo. Stymers is going to opt to just run back over and get the flip right back into their favor here. Freelo taking that fight, really well played. On the other side of the map, we got D&D and Fighting Steppers here, V.
Man, the fight just continues onward here. Unfortunately, Z&D have already taken a lot of damage. Evade is only left on half HP. This is a little bit reminiscent of the fights they were in earlier. Looks like he's going to continue to take those mantles. He's trying to do some good stair tech, unfortunately meeting his demise with 2 members of the Steppers. They are able to get that steal done onto B. Steppers now hold this point, but Freelo have something that they might want to say about that. They might want to get on in here as well. Z&D as well, actually, are back in a round. They must have gotten some coins, deciding not to wipe there. Unfortunately, they are going to lose that wipe now to Just Angel, the only member left on B to defend that point, but he is able to do so successfully as we get our next stage of vaults preparing and opening.
Yeah, Freelo doing a great job trying to secure their early first place lead as they come over, just getting a little bit of extra kill money on that other box while everybody was fighting over there. Now they're going to try to keep their momentum going by going over here and tapping 4. But we already have Ignite moving 3 over here. They're going to get this plug over here on D. The construction plug is still going to be open as we see it coming around here, but it looks like Steppers are trying to find a way to maybe snag this plug away from Freelo here coming up on 4.
Oh, man. I mean, this is probably exactly why it's Ignite opted to choose this cash out D so far away. Is we've got 3 teams here looking to see if they can get their hands on 4 because C is so central map. I mean, Z&D posted up SEAL Team 6 on C, just waiting and waiting while these other 2 teams are continuing to fight. Looks like Aokoi is going to slowly move this point on closer and closer. Steppers trying to bring their way on over towards C, but they're still getting pressured by Freelo. They're able to get themselves up high, but Spooky taking a lot of damage here. Kip Kip as well on 1 singular health point does get taken down finally. Super on half HP. Wacko, something to say here. He might try to stop the steal again. Z&D Shadow holding this cash point, able to get that cash out started. Wacko finally deciding that it's probably better to get away, but he's going to stay here because there are so many teams here. Nobody's wiped yet. Just Angel's the only one left on his team as Zymers and Spooky just back out, waiting for Super to possibly coin here. Just Angel taking a lot of damage. He might wipe here. This is really bad stagger. He does get the coin. Kip Kip is able to get that coin off with Aokoi just in time. Now they're super staggered. Dread, the stagger in this lobby is actually insane.
Yeah, Freelo doing a really good job here, too, at not wiping, trying to keep their money up as much as they possibly can. But now they're kind of stuck in between Ignite and Z and D here. Steppers coming up here as well, too. I think everybody's going to be trying to fight over D because it is the point with the least amount of time on it. Ignite taking a little bit of damage from Steppers as they're working their way in, but Steppers still only 2 of them. Angel just now coining. Here comes Freelo behind them both with a really well-timed third party. See if they can really take advantage of this. The C4 ends up going out. Boy, ends up dying to the C4. Huge damage coming from Freelo. There's still a little bit of time on this point. Freelo's going to think if they have time for this. Is it going to be able to be stalled? Wacko ends up going down. Freelo!
Wow!
Freelo reaching their first place. Great plays by Freelo.
Just in time. They were able to steal that, and that puts them in such a great position there. Now they're in first place with significant margin here, and ZND looking to hold this cash out is still only going to put them into second, but Ignite jumping into this cash out, immediately bringing it down one. Wacko coming in from behind, whacking them in the back. Shadow taking down the half HP immediately while this steal comes through. Is Dawn going to be able to hold on to this with Wacko's pressure in the success? He is, but he is going to get taken down, and there is a quick wipe. Evades the last member alive on his team, but that cash out's already lost. They don't even have it. Is he going to be able to hold on to what money that he has left? Unfortunately not. He is going to get wiped while the steal is almost free from Steppers. They're able to bring themselves on in, step their way on into second place comfortably. One wipe away from being first place. Maybe they're going to be able to get this wipe on the ZND. They're able to take down Super. Spooky following quickly. Zymers just needs to play his life here. Is he going to be able to keep his life and his team's money? Looks like nobody's interested in aping him. They don't know where he is. And it looks like Steppers might want to get this plug in to continue to keep themselves in the lead, get that extra money. Zymers is trying to do something here, but there's the plug. Zymers is probably waiting for his team to go ahead and get that coin. Hopefully that can go through, but might as well take a look at the other side of the map while that part has slowed down. These teams are fighting over here on Vault 6, Dread.
Yeah, Freelo did a really good job there trying to get that plug, but we're getting cut off by Steppers through that box away to kind of delay it just a little bit, but I believe this is still going to get split here on the other side of this map, but it looks like Ignite might be going down to Z&D here. Don trying to live as long as he can, but he's really low. Jericho, though, gets the plug on the other side here, and they do still have coins available on the side of Ignite. But now Ignite's taking a lot of damage of Freelo as they're coming back up to Con here. They really want to secure their first place position, as Hospital is pretty secured by Steppers there. There's not really a reason to push into that. Freelo still has a lot of time here. They don't need to be too aggro just yet.
Man, I'm just taking a quick peek over here at A to see what the play is here, and it looks like Steppers being in pretty tentative first place. Looks like they're just going to hold on to their point. They've got basically a fortress over there on the Hospital side of the map, so they're not even going to bring their fourth party on over, while the rest of these teams are forced to fight for this point. Zymers is just continuing to just play touch and go. Dawn on low HP here, getting taken out by Aokoi across the map nonetheless. Super going down to evade as well. Zeus taking Jericho down. That's a lot of Ignite taking the one singular member left. Wacko seeing he can get some sort of res for his team. Trying to just play his life any way he can. There's a little bit of a friendly high from Just Angel, but that DMAT, a great kill onto Shadow, unfortunately does get taken down by Zeus. Z&D holding control of this point and this area very dominantly on this construction part of the map. Zymers taking a low HP, Super also on half HP, and it looks like Just Angel wants to get a couple of extra frags to continue to get themselves higher, maybe bring themselves something. Down he goes to the bottom of the map as the game wraps up.
Yeah, great game there. Actually becoming really close. Freelo got a really big early lead, but some of these other teams able to come back just a bit. Steppers taking the first place at the last second there with that Hospital secure. Well played by them. Steppers coming in first. Freelo getting that second place finish. And we're going to be now going into our 3v3 game.
Absolutely. That was awesome, man. There are your top two teams there. That's going to be Steppers and Freelo. Those guys are going to be there in the top two. Those guys are going to be there for that 3v3. We're going to have that 3v3 on Soul, be interesting to see if that actually plays out on Under Construction as well. That will be an exciting adventure. But I mean, just like you said earlier, there was an early lead, but all these teams somehow managed to find a way to get themselves that money clawed right back in, get themselves a huge advantage in a sense, if you will, to possibly claw themselves into first place. That was very easily some form of a kill race or a wipe race. Those teams had to play so careful. About three of them had to play so careful not to wipe, because wiping there would mean you lose a place from first to second to third. Could be anyone. That was almost anyone's game. That was an exciting game. I also want to make a note that was a lot of staggering. The rotations that Khan allows you to play just made the game just so staggered. Like, you normally have your three big sets of vaults, but some of those things were kind of melding together. There was kind of vaults 1, vaults 2, vaults 3. It was all pretty staggered there, Dread.
Yeah, I completely agree. And, I feel like that happens a lot, especially on Con. It's so hard, especially because it's so easy to get up to construction. You can get there from literally anywhere on the map, just jumping up to the middle of the map. It's hard not to have staggers on that point, honestly. But I think it was played well by kind of all teams involved, trying to really capitalize off of those staggers. And I'm talking a lot about Freelo, but in the beginning of that map, Freelo did a really good job keeping their momentum up once they did win that construction fight. That first construction fight was so important because that's really when that first stagger started. And from there on, you can kind of play the timing of the staggers and try to keep your momentum up going. And they were able to secure their top 2 spot with that.
Absolutely. Yeah, that was absolutely crucial. It was an incredible play to dive in there on that cash out D over there in the corner of that map there, try and get that steal to bring themselves just a little bit more money instead of picking the safe route of just kind of letting another team get a little close to them in money. They really wanted to continue to push themselves forward and get all that money as quickly as they can. The gas that was kind of thrown in there, the last ditch effort from Wacko trying to do his best to defend that point for his team, just couldn't do enough from all that healing. I mean, going for that steal, I can't remember who it was. I think it was Kip. He just was basically on full HP throughout the entire gas. So, I mean, those heals are just so strong. In the meantime, however, it looks like our 3v3 is prepped and about to launch on in. Dread, do you have any exciting thoughts for how these fights are going to go?
Man, I don't even know. I got goosebumps thinking about it. Like, this is going to be a crazy game. We're going on construction again. I just can't help to get hyped. These are 2 huge teams. We got Steppers and Freelo. They were making huge plays in those 12s. Now we're going to see them go into the 3s. And, it's hard to make a prediction because I have no idea what's going to happen here. I just know that it's going to be insanely fun to watch. Also, looking at Angel's fit, I don't know what I'm looking at, but it's absolutely terrifying.
For those of you guys probably can't see, Angel's fit is some clash of an old man with very attractive makeup of some capacity. There's a lot going on with that outfit, and there's earrings. Definitely strikes fear into their opponent's heart. But I'm not sure if it strikes enough fear into the hearts of Freelos, but because they are jumping right on into that fight. Unfortunately, they are going to lose Super immediately. That light going down is pretty big, and it looks like they're going to use that dome to go ahead and reset, get themselves that res back up. They're actually going to use that insta to try and make sure they get that as quick as they can. And these teams are fighting, and it's not even close to Vault 1. Looks like Just Angel is opting to go for that early open now that they have a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, and Super unfortunately getting caught out there, gets a lot of damage onto Kip beforehand, but Kip just gets reset there. Super unfortunately not able to make it out of that. And now that box, just like you said, just now gets tapped. It's going to get reverse gated over there into A. Zymer's unfortunately taking a headshot by Koi. Ends up going down in 2 shots. Spooky maybe going to be able to get the body here, but his body is kind of out in the open. Looks like he did grab it, actually. He gets that res off now. Super getting caught out by Kip and Angel, though. Is he going to be able to make it out? He's in a 1v1 with Angel. Does he make it? No, Angel takes the clutch 1v1, taking out Super, but he gets immediately traded by Zymers with the repeater. Now we're still in a 2v2. Kip jumping back up there, but Koi taking that big crane spot, trying to shoot down with that repeater. And now it is still a 2v2. Both of these light bodies pretty far away from the rest of their team. They're going to have to wait for the coins here. Super's going to come up a little bit sooner than Angel here. Zymers taking a lot of damage from Koi there. Koi and Kip playing really close together really well. Zymers just cannot find a place to peek. He keeps getting his regen halted. And now Spooky's going to have to play reset here as he jumps down, taking so much damage from Kip as well too, but Super is back in. Is he going to be able to get a good angle here before the entire team of Steppers is going to be able to reset, V?
I don't know. He's already there. He's tried to take his contact. Unfortunately, he's lost. Ow! Down he goes to Aokoi. He already took a bit of damage before that. Stuck on half HP. You're basically one shot from a gun like a repeater. That thing hits like an absolute truck, especially if you're light. Now, look at this. Zymers and Spooky taking that jump pad, jumping on in. I thought they were going to continue to hesitate, but they're jumping on in. Unfortunately, Spooky is taking every single bullet to the face. And Zymers on 4 bar. Not sure how much more he can do. He's just going to continue to take that fight, and he's going to go down. And I think that cash out is going to be fully secured here for Steppers.
Yeah, Steppers playing that really well. I mean, the heavy and medium, even though Angel got picked and they kind of lost their lights in the beginning of that fight, is a really long fight because the wipe just now happened. But Koi and Kip playing really well together, making sure they don't get split up so that they're able to just keep taking those trades, playing behind that mesh shield with Koi on that repeater. Steppers is going to take this first box here, but still anybody's game.
Definitely is anybody's game. That pad is completely gooed up that Freelo is maybe thinking about taking, and so it looks like they're going to have to take the long way around and make their way on over towards B. This is a very interesting setup here. Kip running himself all the way a marathon across the map to open up ball 2. Nobody even close to in sight. Just Angel on the highest point you could possibly find. Trying to heal up Aokoi as they continue to just keep control of this construction. Just trying to do their best to keep this map control. Is actually a really smart play. You don't see that super often. Map control is something that comes into play frequently in a game mode like this 3v3. But since there are only 2 of them and they know there's 3 players, they're going to get pressured off, and they're going to accept that they're going to get pressured off this map control. But Aokoi taking to 2 bars. Is he going to actually lose his life for trying to hold on to this area of the map? Maybe not this time. Just Angel trying to take that light 1v1 with Super. There they go. They both finally fall off of that high ground, off of that construction map control. But Kip jumping in here. This is a bold play. He's able to just continue to play his life. He does get spotted out. They fall out. There's the pressure I was talking about coming away. The point is open, but it's not really in play, Dre.
Yeah, control of construction has now completely swapped over to Freelo's hands. And now they're going to be able to hold down C here and maybe force them into going over to plug B. But looks like they know that Kip is by himself here. They're going to try to capitalize on this as fast as they can. They got that reverse gate set up. He does go down. They're going to toss it up here. They don't even need to take the reverse gate. They're going to take the pad here. Super's going to reverse gate back. They're going to get this plug. Now Koi trying to get a little bit of damage onto Zymers. He takes 2 shots. He only needs 1 more and end up going down. The goo stopping him. But Super caught in between Koi and Angel and ends up going down. He does have time to coin, though, as Kip is going to be coming up soon in 7 seconds. We got 20 seconds left on Super. Spooky and Zymers trying to play their time here, but Angel doing so much damage. Zymers kind of stuck here in a corner by himself, B.
Yeah, he is just continuing to take pressure fire here from Aokoi. He is not giving up that fight. But Spooky's going to get absolutely decimated down on low HP. That glitch was crucial, and now the ape begins. The entire team is here. The insta comes through, and Super on half HP. Ouch. There's another clean shot here from Aokoi. That repeater is just so devastating at applying pressure. Just one hit can just really take you off of any attempt of pushing that you're looking for. There is the flip here coming from Steppers. The white is on Freelo. They're going to spawn back, and they're going to have one more try to bring themselves back into this game and go to another point. Do you think they can do it, Dread?
I think it is very possible. I think they still have plenty of time on this. They need to try to get a wipe before they can hop on the point here. Angels trying to get a huge flank here, coming up all the way around on the other side. Freelo has just now padded up. They did get seen, but Zymers gets taken out in the 1v1 trade of both of those repeaters there. They're going to immediately get him back up, though, with that hand res. They're going to have to make a play here pretty soon. Looks like they might be setting up a pad play here. Here comes the Invis. Pad. Now, huge RPG ends up coming out. Just barely ends up grazing Koi, though. There's not enough time. Koi ends up dropping. Zymer's going to try to hop on it. He does eat an RPG of his own. He's going to hop on it, though. There's not enough time. Steppers get the wipe. End the game. Steppers.
Wow. Tell you what, Dread, I saw the vision there. They had a lot of good coordination there. Freelo, when they were setting up that pad, they were setting up that invis bomb. They had a lot of great playing with that idea, but unfortunately, they just could not make it work. They couldn't bring it together. They unfortunately screwed over by a great goo from Aokoi. Great positioning, missing a couple of crucial shots there. I loved the vision. Unfortunately, the execution just couldn't bring them together there. To secure themselves that point. That was a great hold from both points from Steppers.
Yeah, really well played by both teams there. Steppers coming out on top to secure even more points for their team. And now we're going to be moving on, I believe, into the bottom of Heat 2 cash out game.
We sure will. We will be moving on to the bottom of Heat 2 for this cash out. Just as a friendly reminder, I'm just looking over here. We've got WMD, Admin, Glitch, and Pada. Those are going to be your 4 teams. Those guys you're probably pretty familiar with. We've already seen them play once across Heat 1. Very excited to see these guys play. These guys are our bottom bracket, but certainly not bad players by even a stretch of an imagination. These games will be fun and they will be intense, and I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Absolutely. Yeah, I am looking forward to seeing a little bit of Nozomi Citadel. That is a map that we don't get to see all too often, all too frequently. That'll be a fun map. The rotations on that are pretty good. The map size is quite solid. Honestly, this map came out just a couple seasons ago. Is proven to be quite a solid map overall. Dread.
Yeah, I love this map. Might be my all-time favorite map in the game, to be honest with you. And it's another one that's pretty similar to Sis Horizon in the fact that almost any loadout goes. There is a little bit more close range viability on this map in comparison to Sis Horizon, but it's gonna be a great one to watch.
Definitely. You've got that via CNS half and half on the map. Definitely excited to see some more SA-12-16 gameplay. You can definitely get away with it on this map here. You can also continue to get away with that CBO on repeater. That thing just absolutely just hits like a truck, like I said. So I'll be very looking forward to seeing those. I'm very interested to see what Roly Poly is going to be running today in this game, because Roly Poly has been continuing to switch it up, keep us on our toes here with the strats. We are just waiting on one more team here to get in the lobby, and then we can get this game started up. Yeah, I'm just really interested to see what kind of weapons and what kind of loadouts are going to be chosen here. It looks like we've got looks like we're just reworking our lobby here. Just a little bit of technical difficulties as usual. Don't mind it. But yeah, I really like the map. This map is great. I'm just looking forward to the cash out gameplay. I imagine there's not going to be anywhere near the same level of stagger and third party and flowing that was on Under Construction Seoul. It's going to be a little bit more segmented, a little bit more intentional where these teams decide to move themselves.
Yeah, for sure. That is a really good point. We were talking about so much how the staggers on Under Construction Seoul is almost in a way built into the flow of the map, I feel like. But on this one, it is going to be way different. A lot more even playing field as far as movements is getting around the map, so it's going to be a lot less likely for staggers to happen.
Absolutely. All right. Looks like all of our players, well, all but one of our players is going to be sitting here in this lobby with us. I'm pleased to see Ball Munched here once again. Great guy. Good gameplay. I mean, I'm very interested to see how this DMAT will work out quite well on this map. This is a great map for DMAT. So it's going to be awesome to see Bravado seeing what he can do to work around with this DMAT if he continues to run this DMAT. Someone like Hacho running that sword, probably to be expected here once again on this map. I'm honestly really looking forward to seeing a little bit more out of Clarify. Clarify in the quals was absolutely going off. Clarify was just hitting so many shots, really showing some light domination. And I feel like Clarify has been a little bit subdued for these past couple cash out games and 3v3s. And so I'm very excited and very interested to see if Clarify can come alive and really put some serious work in and really show these lobbies what he's made of.
Yeah, this is going to be a great one to watch. Here we go, though, coming into our bottom of Heat 2. Coming in, we got WMD, Admin, Glitch, Pada, going into Nozomi Citadel. This is going to be another high-octane match. I think this is going to be an absolute bloodbath again, especially on this map. Excited to watch here.
Absolutely. I am excited. And, you know, honestly, with this meta, like we've been talking about, every cash out game, you really don't know what to expect. You can see your standard heavy, medium, light, but even within that, you have so many different options, especially for the heavy. The heavy's got a lot of viable weapons this season. And the biggest one, of course, is that spec, that winch, or that mesh shield. We're going to be very excited to see what we see coming forward here. And it looks like this game is getting itself underway here right now. Very excited to see these players get on in and get this game started here. Here we go.
Here we go. Coming out onto Nozomi Citadel. Every team rolling out here. Looks like we've got pretty similar loadouts to what we've been watching. And we do have Roly Poly right back on the throwing knives as we see Glitch and Bravado coming off here. Huge damage coming out of that DMAT, trying to poke through. Look at Roly Poly trying to jump throwing knives through that DMAT hole up in the wall. Tank Hero trying to hold up that mesh shield, desperately fiending for his life. Nobody ends up going down yet. The Bravado ends up going really low. On the other side of the map, we immediately have a big wipe in the favor of Team Admin, but on this side of the map, there's still just an absolute brawl end up going down, and finally Glitch takes this team wipe now too. Both boxes are going to be moving on either side of the map now.
That's right. That was an exciting team fight there. You could just hear swords swiping, throwing knives, throwing, and clanging, if you will. So it's just definitely a fight that you just don't hear that often. And now we've got Admin spawned in, looking to see, actually, pardon me, I think that is Pada. Pada is here looking to fight Admin. If I can get my team colors right here, they are spawned in there looking for this cash out B, seeing if they can do something here. Julio set up with that jump pad, seeing if he can get something with that RPG. Unfortunately, sees nobody. Cash out dropped very far, but now we've got Graz, even Mr. Tinder, max height. They've got hold of this high ground, and they're pushing the Reckies. They're able to get him down. Down he goes. Julio grabs the res. He's going to go ahead and grab that res. He's trying to do his best to stall. He is able to get that first drop stalled, but Ball Munched, is he going to be able to get in sight of Mr. Tinder? He is. It looks like he stopped the steal. I'm not sure what compelled him to do that, but now that the entire team is back up and alive on Admin, it's going to be a lot harder to go for this steal, especially with this cash out all the way on the bottom. Well, a little bit past our 1 minute mark. Looks like Admin's going to go ahead and reset. They're going to go ahead and get their jump pad. Great jump pad, by the way. What a tight edge to play it on. Ball Munched really struggling to use it to get themselves back onto height, but Clarify is able to take a lot of damage onto these players. Reki's, there he goes. Down he goes to Clarify. Ball Munched and Julio, last two members of this team. There's 30 seconds left on this cash out. Mr. Tinder's forced to get on point. That glitch just barely misses. Now it's going to be really difficult for them to stall. There's a TP attempt to go in. They're going to jump in. The winch is so crucial. Last second on that. Julio is down. He goes. As Mr. Tinder is taken to 2 HP, is able to just barely stay alive. Ball Munch and Areki's jumping in there. Ball Munch doing so much damage. Grazi, the last member alive on his team, gets taken down. What a great hold here from Admin. When it seemed like all was lost, they somehow managed to bring it back.
Yeah, and on the other side of the map here, looks like another fight is breaking down. WMD just got the swap, but Glitch is going to try to swap it right back. They have to stick this now. That mesh shield not enough, and the throwing knives end up going crazy. Bravado with the repeater. WMD holding on to the other box on the other side of the map, taking second place.
Wow, 2 crazy boxes, crazy steal attempts happening just back to back. I mean, that is excitement right there. That is awesome. That is high octane. That's what we're here for. And now we've got these next vaults spawning in. Gonna get set up for these teams. These teams are setting up these points. But we've already got a little bit of contact here between WMD and Admin. Looks like they spotted each other out. Jimbo already on half HP. Same with Bravado. And it looks like they're going to look for this reset, and a third party coming in, unfortunately, from Glitch. Down goes Jimbo. And now Roly-Poly and Bravado probably going to look to play a little safer if they can, especially taking down to that low of an HP. If I'm reading this right, looks like everybody is ignoring 3. 3 has been opened, and now there's just a straight line of teams here. You've got teams fighting, you've got teams holding the box, you've got teams holding cash out C, and everybody's just funneled into this part of the map. That jump pad, moving that vault, moving that cash somewhere, but unfortunately it falls off the map. Lots of kills coming through on the kill feed. Julio on half HP is able to take that teleport now. Looks like Hacho bold enough to take it as well. Jimbo just up above looking to see. He's going to take the TP as well. He's going to jump in. Look how many teams. They are just posted up. This is crazy, Dread. Maybe my prediction was wrong about the segmented gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, look at Pato over there on the other side, though, playing that so well. They have that lead, too. They don't need to go crazy for that. Or, sorry, they have that position on C. They don't really need to go crazy. The boxes came right to them, but now they're in a little bit of a third-party situation. Tinder and Clarify had just gone down. Glitch is over there as well, trying to take out Krazeev as the last member alive. But WMD trying to play reset now here. It looks like Krazeev might actually make it out. And Admin on that other side just kind of sitting pretty on D.
Wow, Jimbo unintentionally helping Krazeev continue to stay alive while his teammates have literally 1 second on the coin. He has literally no HP there. The RPG just grazed him slightly and took him out, unfortunately. But both his teammates had plenty of time. 2 point in as they continue to take this fight. Ball Munch looking to see if he can continue to get this third party going. Down goes Jimbo to Hacho's sword as they bring that DMAT on down. Bravado trying to see if he gets something, bringing that teammate back into the fight here. Jimbo back on max HP as these teams look for a reset. Admin jumping in. They have something to say about this third party here, Dread.
Yeah, this is going to be everybody fighting on this point now, too. Nobody really wants to mess with Admin right now because their point is just they're in so much of a lead. They really need to try to get knocked down here, but it looks like it's just an absolute bloodbath. These cash outs are just so close together. It's hard for any of these teams to really commit to one. Every time they try to reposition, they run right into the other cash out. But Glitch fully up now, trying to run right into WMD. WMD trying to play this here as it gets dematted down, but a huge red barrel by Roly-Poly ends up doing so much damage. They are going to get that stick, but at what cost? Ends up getting taken out. It's only Uvinity up now. They get the wipe, and WMD is just going to take that right back in their favor. Huge red barrel by Roly-Poly.
That is absolutely fantastic, but there's still a couple of seconds left on this cash out. Is Areki's going to go for it? Of all things, no. Unfortunately, that cash out is done, but it looks like they are hungry for a couple of kills. They want to see if they can get this wipe. Admin is hungry, seeing if they can get something happening. A lot of fighting going through. Bravado on half HP. Julio and Areki's Ball Munch is down. He does get res. Great frag onto Roly-Poly. Unfortunately, down he goes. Traded is Julio from Jimbo. He tries to go for that res. He is unable to get it. Ball Munch not able to stop him as well. And there is another frag. Arekis is the last member alive on his team. He's just going to go play his life. This is crucial. Both these teams are the top runners in the cache. That wipe would have been absolutely devastating to whoever got wiped there. So just incredible to see these teams continue to play their lives here.
Yeah, Areki's just barely making it out. Like you said, he needs to stay alive here to keep that lead. It looks like this box is going to be plugged. It's not going to be enough to pass, though. So if they want to keep their lead, they really need to find if they can get this doubled or not, if the third and fourth place teams want to be able to make it through. But it looks like WMD is going to try to maybe stop that from happening and get this split so that they can secure their second place here and not get griefed into a lower position. Julio taking so much damage here. This box is plugged and is in control of Pata. But they need to try to get more kills, or they need to try to get this box because they're still a little bit too low on cash out here. Jimbo trying to stay alive. Tank Hero gets fibbed up over there on the side of Glitch. But Hacho is still dead. He does have plenty of coins left, though. And looks like this box is going to start getting moved around. Bravado really wants this split. This is going to be great for WMD if this box ends up getting split. Hacho is going to deny that, though. There is still time to bring it back over. There's plenty of time, actually. It's not going to get split. The other cash out has gone away now. There's only one up. WMD is in a really bad spot here. They need to regroup, and they need to try to make this stop from getting split, or excuse me, from getting doubled.
Yeah, this is crazy. There they go. Graziv and Clarify both finally able to take control of this cash box to bring it on in for the double. A great win from Julio, knocking that cash. That is so crucial for them. But they're still on top, so they could have opted to choose to bring it on in. And Cashbox bringing itself right on over. 17 seconds on the board. This is so important for Pata. They are the ones in control of this box, so they're in ones in control of the cash, and they still can't even bring it in. The steal attempt is coming through. Tank Hero, is he going to be able to get this? There's nobody there to stop him. He's going to get that grab, and there it
No
is!
way!
Where was the money? It still never even got plugged. Oh my gosh.
Everyone was so focused on trying to get that double. They did not have enough time to stop Tank Hero from getting that point.
Oh my gosh.
It was insane. And honestly, huge plays there by Julio to throw that box away, because remember, technically, he's not worried about getting griefed out because he is in first place. But if that box get doubled, they do get knocked down to second place, and they do lose a little bit more points. So him avoiding that double makes sure that they keep and secure their first place position.
Absolutely. That is actually so crucial. That is such a great point. I almost didn't even realize that in the moment. You know, so used to playing with these ranked rule sets, you want to get that box doubled for someone else. If you're in first place, you want to grief a team out. But in a situation like this, you don't want that. You want to continue to stay in first place. You want to give yourself the most capability to make your way forward and hold on to that first place, or maybe even drop into second. But those points in first are so important. So that was an incredible play. That winch was absolutely clutch. He was literally like so close to getting that plug in. That is what makes winch so important on heavy. That's something you just can't do with almost any other util piece in the game, except for maybe goo if you place it right. There's just no way to stop someone and get them to drop the vault. Actually, you know what? A glitch grenade or a glitch mine. But yeah, that is just really, really huge play. I was honestly shocked that that vault didn't get plugged anymore. It looked like Graziv missed a couple of throws, and that quite possibly cost the team fourth place there. If they get that plug in a little earlier, they're able to focus a little bit harder on to things like defending that cash out. Unfortunately, they were just stuck scrambling because they didn't want to get third. They didn't want to get fourth. They were looking for second or first. So that was just absolutely electric. That's exactly the energy that you started this map with, Dread, and I think that was a great way to end that map with. And now it looks like we got ourselves prepped here for our 3v3 on our top two teams here with Admin and who's the other team here, Dread?
WMD. We got Admin and WMD coming into this 3v3 here on Nozomi Citadel.
Sweet, sweet. We've got these two heavy hitting teams. I'm very interested to see Roly Poly in this 3v3 back here again, this time in the higher bracket, I believe. If I'm correct, Roly Poly was in the lower bracket last time, but now they're in the winners part of this lower bracket, and they might be able to get a lot of work done with these throwing knives in this 3v3 compared to before. It'll be very interesting to see what the strats are going forward, but I think we're just waiting. Not really sure what we're waiting for here. We're just going to wait for this lobby to get itself prepped and jump us into our game. Um, I'm excited to see how this 3v3 goes, Dread. I'm very interested to see how these teams are going to play it.
Yeah, I completely agree. This is going to be a big game for both of these teams. A lot of potential to win this one, get a lot of points back, especially coming out of this cash out game that they placed a little bit lower in on that first heat, placing really high in the second heat, and then winning this 3v3 is going to be really important for them to really bump up their points coming out of this week of Moolah Mondays.
Absolutely. I am looking forward to this. We have an exciting 3v3 up ahead. After this, we'll go to a short break. We're going to play this through, and then we will be back at it again with Heat 3. I'm excited to get on forward, get further, get these points, get these teams. I just cannot wait to get us into this map.
Yeah, I think we are just getting ready to get started here. This is, again, going to be WMD versus Team Admin on Nozomi Citadel. This is going to be interesting to see. Roly Poly has been running those throwing knives too, which I think is even a little bit more, advantageous in 3v3s than it is in cash out. Just because you just have so much pressure you can put in on this 3v3 with never having to reload, using your dash to really get in and out, using those throwing knives almost as a shotgun and just trying to dodge as much bullets as you can, forcing them to reload and then getting basically free shots on them as they're reloading. It's going to be exciting to see.
I know, absolutely. That pressure just can stay on indefinitely with those throwing knives. Using those dashes just to stay alive just a little bit longer, further and further. Looks like this lobby is just about ready to go. We're just waiting on one more player here before we jump on in to our match. I am just looking forward to getting on in.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see how this week ends up with all these teams in this Moolah Monday League. And it's going to be pretty crazy because after this first week of Playdays, coming to start going into these next later weeks, the points are going to start to matter more and more. So getting these early leads coming out of these cash out games, especially the 3v3s are pretty important too, but the cash out games especially have even more impact as you're coming out of this into the later weeks.
Yeah, I mean, a format like this, these cash out games are so crucial because you need to be in that top two. You need to at least be in the top two. I think that's probably the biggest thing is being in that top two because you get access to so many more points in that 3v3, and then you can show up and you can prove yourself to be the better team in those 3v3s, and you can just rack those points up. But as we continue forward with those weeks, looks like we find loading into this game. But as we continue forward, as the weeks get further and further in, these teams are probably going to settle into more of familiar cash out brackets. And they're going to be going against the same teams for a little bit more and more often. And so they're going to be able to work within the strats that they're familiar with to continue to eke out bits, more and more points.
Yep, but here we go. We are now getting started here. WMD versus Team Admin in Nozomi Citadel. Both teams have rolled out and are ready to go. It looks like Admin getting a pretty good spawn here coming up on. They're already going to get this tap here, but Bravado has spotted them. He's going to get lots of damage onto Rex with that repeater. Rex is going to get immediately healed up by Ball Munch, though. Bravado is going to start making his way over. He's going to set up that pad. Everybody's going to take that pad. He's going to DMAP through that wall. Rex immediately picked through that DMAP. Ball Munch, though, does get that trade. Roly Poly is now the last one alive. He's going to immediately get RPG'd into an SA-12 shot. And now Jimbo has padded back over to the other side. Might be able to get the pick onto Julio here, but it's okay because Ball Munch did get that hand res onto a Rekus. Admin taking the first wipe of the game.
That was some serious work. Julio played that really well. He was just posted up. He even had his dome ready and got a winch off onto, might have been Bravado, who was taking that zip line up. He was able to just kind of preemptively set up his util in such a great way to be able to just wreak havoc and destroying that team. And then he was able to get a little bit of damage on to Roly-Poly, I think. Actually, I'm not sure who I was looking at, to be honest, at this point. So I might have to table that one and get my memory checked. But we're going to continue forward here as we have WMD posted up on this low ground. They're going to continue to look around, make their way on over towards the cash out. They're going to drop it once with that DMAT. They're going to pull a fake, which actually pulls the C4, believe it or not. So that has already used just a little bit of that util, and a little bit of fighting is already breaking out here. But they're just going to continue to kite around and play safe as they look around. A little bit of contact here. Jimbo taking a couple more bullets. Not able to connect with anything meaningful as more DMATs come through. These teams are just looking and they're hunting, Dread.
Yeah, unfortunately, on the side of WMD here, it takes a little bit longer to get reset, but a huge fight breaking out now. Arekis has to go down to Bravado. 2 picks on the side of Admin, but Roly-Poly is going to get immediately deep-hipped right back up. Ballmunch trying to get that hand res, but he gets interrupted by Bravado, but he gets turned on by Ballmunch. Huge play. Now it's only Roly-Poly back alive. Julio now has that body. He's going to get this hand res, and all of Admin is going to be back up, and they still have control of this box.
Yeah, oh, great res here from Roly-Poly, bringing Bravado back. There's still 20 seconds on the board. They're going to have to go for a pretty difficult decision here, especially with Jimbo coining and being so far away. 70-meter spawn is so ruthless. They're going to bring it down. They're going to attempt to go for something, but with an entire team here to try and ape them, it's not looking likely as Julio pushes them off, keeps the pressure high. Jimbo has come in to say something, but it's too late for this cash out. A wipe is almost meaningless at this point, except for bringing the momentum to where you want it to be. Areki's looking to go down here as well. Ballmunch, the last member alive on his team, trying to do a little bit of exit work. Great frag. He's on low HP, though. Is he going to be able to get some work done here on this 1v2? Can he find something? Fortunately, now he's probably just going to look for the coins on his teammates and back out.
Yeah, honestly, great plays coming out of Team Admin there. Julio doing a great job as a heavy, taking that space, pushing him off the point. He ends up dying for it, but he bought just enough time for them to secure that cash box. And it is final round, so the kills afterwards did not matter at all. There is no kill money happening in the final round here. So Admin doing a great job getting this first box, but WMD is going to get this tap onto box 2 here. And they're going to start moving this vault over. But Admin doing a really good job at taking position away from B here, trying to force them towards Charlie. And it looks like they are going to start heading that way.
Yeah, it looks like that vault has been opened, but it is pretty much ignored. Roly-Poly's going to move it a little bit. Bravado down to half HP. As they continue to post up, Admin is just post up in the middle of this map. Vault is attempting to move its way over. Down goes Roly-Poly's to Arekis. And now they're going to throw that vault up to their own teammate and continue to push on forward. Bravado's been spotted. He's going to get pushed here by Ballmunch. A great kill down a 2-bar. Arekis looking to fight Jimbo. Jumping in there is Julio. A crazy winch out of the air as he gets hit up. Down he goes, but a beautiful grab.
Wow, crazy plays from both teams, though. Jimbo with a midair winch onto Julio, but Arekis getting a extremely important pick onto Roly-Poly in the very beginning there to stop them from moving that box, turning into the 3v2, and get control of the vault there, allowing Admin to get this plug. And now they get to set up how they want. They got plenty of time to set up, and WMD is spawning in just now, starting to make their way back into this fight. Looks like spawning on the southwest side a little bit here. Trying to make their way through the low ground. Looks like gonna maybe take Megapad up here, but Admin is all up on this max height. They hear them take that Megapad, taking a lot of damage from the repeater there. Remember, they do not have this heal beam. They cannot reset as fast as other teams, so they need to kite around, wait for their regen as they come up here, but it's okay because Admin has lots of time. They do not need to commit to this fight, but Ballmunch, does he get caught out? No, he makes it out just barely. He's going to get reset here. He's going to use that escape gate to move himself around. Box does get dropped. They shoot out that C4, and they're going to maybe go for a bait here or a stick. Looks like Jimbo's just going to sit on it. He's going to try to commit, but Julio gets the winch. Roly-poly coming in to try to do as much damage as he can with those throwing knives. Ball Munch ends up going down to that shack. But Jimbo taking so much damage, they don't have the heal beam for that reset. Is it going to pay off here? Turning into a 2v2, but both teams are pretty hurt. Bravado immediately getting the defib up onto Jimbo. Turning this into a 3v3 again. Jimbo just barely making it out. Bravado landing the shots, though. Bravado in such an advantageous spot up there on that high ground, taking out those teams. It's only a Rekis now. WMD swapping this point over, and I think that's going to be it, going to a tiebreaker box.
That was a lot of great work. Roly-poly. Julio was making Roly-poly work for that one. Julio was down to just less than 1 bar, and he was spamming that teleport like his life depended on it, because it really did. He was stalling for so incredibly long, but Roly-poly was finally able to connect that frag away and bring the team to success and grab hold of that cash out, which was absolutely crucial. Now that cash out's finished, 3 is spawned on in. We have our tiebreaker, and Admin and WMD are going to make their way on over, but they might meet each other beforehand. There they go, spotted them out. Julio jumping in immediately. Great RPG to open the fight up, but immediate DMAT to bring the team out. And there is a great winch onto Roly-poly, but right on back, down goes Julio as the Rekis, and Ball Munch is able to get that first frag. And now we just have Jimbo left. Going up against the Rekis here, Jimbo should be able to get some good work here against that light or medium. A great frag, getting a great second frag. He's down to 1 HP. 3 Bs.
Insane!
Oh my gosh, I thought it was over with that self-RPG. He did a lot of damage to himself, but he just wanted to show that he wanted to make it harder for himself. He is just built for that. That was incredible.
Incredible indeed from Jimbo to get that 3-piece. It is only a vault fight, but now they're in a very good position. Get this tap here, get that gateway set up, start moving that towards D, and try to get this plug here. This is still anybody's game, as now Admin is back alive. Ball Munch trying to get up and try to do as much damage as he can while they're moving this box. They might not be able to connect in time. Oh no, they dropped the vault off of the pad. That's going to be really bad for WMD. Jimbo drops down, trying to throw him back up through the DMAT, which he does, but he's taking so much damage while he does so. Rekis gets healed up by Ball Munch there, trying to do as much damage, and Bravado ends up going down. Now it's only Roly-poly and Jimbo. Roly-poly gets the headshot on a Rekis, but he gets turned on by all 3 of them. Jimbo gets the trade with the RPG, and he does have that body here, trying to even it out, but he's getting ran down. Julio, does he find him? He does! But he does get the res off. Now Julio's stuck in a 1v2. Now it's only Ball Munch, but Ball Munch does get Bravado. Both teams just trade for trade. Does Ball Munch get it out? But the dome shield by Jimbo, huge dome shield. But Ball Munch ends up going back around, getting the melee down. Huge plays. Ball Munch is going to be able to get this res, and they're going to be able to get this plug. Admin in a really great start on this last box of the game.
Wow. That was some intense fighting. That was incredible. Julio did not have his winch primed. It wasn't ready, so he couldn't stop the res. The res was able to complete, and then he was stuck in a 1v2 immediately. You got to be quick when you get res like that sometimes in situations like that, and they play that so well. And also with Ball Munch, that is just the power of running light with that quick regen. He was able to jump right back into that fight. Just the regen on Julio was just, or on Jimbo was just not really that much. It just couldn't do too much there. But as halftime comes through, here. Great spot for Admin to play here. Absolutely. They are posted up super high. They've got a great spot. It looks like they have been spotted out. Roly-poly is going to continue to chip away those throwing knives. Not able to do too much here. Maybe Ball Munch could get caught out by himself. It's going to be all based on how WMD makes their decisions for trying to get this cash out.
Yeah, they weren't completely knocked down off of that goose, so they still have a pretty good spot, but it looks like it's going to get winched in, and they're going to drop down that dome shield. The RPG doesn't connect, unfortunately. They do get that swap over, but they're taking so much damage. Remember, they do not have that heal beam. They do not have a way to reset. Admin needs to get in here and press their advantage here. That jump pad winch with Julio. Huge winch. Ends up getting that pick there. but Jimbo just now getting his regen up, now able to fight. Unfortunately, their medium is down, which kind of destroys all of their reset capability here with that defib. Rekkis is just going to get this spot pointed back over in their position here. Now Jimbo does get that hand res off, and they're all full health again. Dome shield ends up coming out from Julio. Huge pinch, taking out Roly Poly. Now Ball Munch gets to pick onto Bravado as well as only Jimbo and a Dream. Is he going to be able to do it? He's taking so much damage from Ball Munch. Does he turn it on to him? He just barely doesn't get the kill out. Admin taking the game.
Wow. That was incredible. I thought that was a great opener to get that cash out inside, goo it up. Great strats there. Unfortunately, Bravado getting winched. That was an incredible winch from Julio. He was really showing domination on that winch. He was playing that to his ability absolutely maximally. Bravado going down, and then that DMAT going away, and then they get a free immediate flip once again. Admin's able to flip that cash out right back to their favor, and then they were able to get that reset, but it looked like they were a little bit not fully working together there on WMD. I felt like they needed to pick one of these sides there and jump in there with Bravado's DMAT to get that opening in there. And unfortunately, they kind of seem to be a little bit disjointed in their attack there, and they kind of got torn apart there at the very end with the absolute huddle that was Admin. That was incredible.
Yeah, what a great game from both teams there. Probably might be our closest 3v3 we've seen so far, going absolutely down to the wire on that 3v3 there. But Admin coming out on top in the end, but it was such a close game.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was definitely one of the closest games that we've had so far tonight. That was a blast, and that is going to wrap up Heat 2. So now, excuse me, looking forward, we will have Heat 3 coming up. We're going to do a quick intermission, if you bear with us here, about 5 to 10 minutes. And then we were going to get ourselves set up here for Heat 3. We're going to have a cash out, final round, cash out, final round, and that will wrap our night up. Looking forward to it. We will see you all on the flip side here.
Yo, what is up, guys? Welcome back to Moolah Mondays. We are going to be going into the top of Heat 3. It's going to be on Fortune Stadium. We're going to have Steppers coming back, Admin, Ignite, and Freelo coming into this cash-out game on Fortune Stadium. And you know what? Just as a shout-out to another goated caster, Rio, who every time he gets on Fortune, he loves to open up a fortune cookie. So you know what, V? I'm going to open up a fortune cookie for you in honor of Rio. Your fortune is...
Let's do it.
Life is an adventure. Don't be afraid to take risks.
I tell you what, that's a great fortune. That's a great fortune for me. I mean, that's pretty much the whole reason why I'm here right now. I'm taking a risk of... jumping into an environment here like casting. I've never really done anything like this again. I'm back in the stream. I'm back on the cam here. This, you guys don't know everything about the back end of my life, but this is definitely a risk for me, and this is awesome. So that is a very applicable fortune cookie. I think it's done well. That was awesome. That's really touching, actually. I appreciate that. But moving into the game, there's a couple of notes that I wanted to make here. I am very excited to see Admin. They have been absolutely killing it in that lower bracket and in that 3v3. I'm very excited to see Admin with Julio load up into a match with teams with these guys like Kip and this entire team of Ignite, and alongside the team of Freelo here. I'm very excited to see these guys. This is an absolute menace of a lobby. I cannot wait to get on into it, and it sounds like we're jumping right on into it, Dread.
Yep, here we go, going into Fortune Stadium here. This is another one that I think is going to be an absolute bloodbath. Very close range map here with a little bit of long range action coming off of these rooftops. But here we go, Steppers and Freelo already getting ready to clash. They have both crossed their map from their spawn. Spooky Dome Shield is coming out. Blocks that RPG with a great dome. Blocks a red barrel as well with that mesh shield. Kip ends up going down. Spooky just barely living, but he ends up trading. Now it's Super and Angel in a 1v1. Super is a little bit more hurt, though. He's opting to get this hand res. Angel is going to be jumping on. Super doesn't have a dash. Oh, no. He ends up jumping out. It's okay. We're just going to pretend that was planned. And on the other side of the map, though, it looks like Admin has gotten their own team wipe as well. Both boxes now are going to be able to start moving.
Oh, man, the grabbing the body and bringing it down with you, that is a beautiful sight to see. That is really unfortunate, though. But, you know, it really isn't the end of the world because there isn't too much of a massive recovery to be had there. I mean, you are going to lose the first plug there, but you will have plenty of opportunities to go in and go for that res, or go for that respawn. Huge damage with that RPG or barrel. I couldn't even tell what it was. On to Freelo, and an immediate apage jumping in here is Admin. Down goes Julio to Spooky, but Spooky gets traded out as well. There is the respawn, the defib there, and that is a wipe. That is incredible work, and that's why I was excited to see Admin roll up in a lobby like this. Let's move on over to the other side of the map, Dread.
Yeah, Ignite and Steppers here are clashing in really close fight. Steppers end up coming out on top, getting that wipe onto Ignite there, but it was a really close one. They still have control over this point on Hospital here. But look at where Freelo just spawned. No way. Steppers pushed a little bit too far out. Freelo has just spawned directly onto Hospital here. Looks like Angel has spotted them, though. Zymer's taking a little bit of damage. Kip and Koi now making their way back over. Huge RPG from Kip. Spooky wanting to be holding up this mesh shield, getting shot in the back by Zymers. Are they going to be able to control this Super? Ends up taking out Angel. It's a huge pick, but Koi trading that. But it's okay because Zymers and Spooky has won their 2v2 over on that other side. Now it's only Koi.
Oh, third party.
But now here comes Ignite as well.
Oh, man, the third party Ignite coming in here to wreak havoc. They are going to come in. They're the cleanup crew. The janitors have said, see you later, Freelo. Let's get this point. They're going to jump in here, go for this point. Koi, great frag onto Jericho. But Wacko and Dawn are going to be able to get that frag, or that steal, pardon me. And Wacko's actually going to go down. So is Dawn. They should be able to get that flip, but Ballmunch is here to make life hard once again, but he's the only member of his team that's over here right now. He's going to go and TP away. They should be able to get that flip It's very bold of Admin to jump all the way over here while all these teams are fighting and just a couple seconds left on their cash out. But it looks like we've got a secure cash out for Steppers following right after the secure cash out from Admin. I'd also like to make a note that Wacko is actually on the heavy right now and Dawn is on the medium. This is a switch up that I didn't really realize until I was reading these names in the middle of that fight.
Yeah, which is kind of an interesting switch up because I think the model actually would be pretty useful on Fortune, seeing as most of these boxes here are going to be in a little bit more of a close range fight. But we are looking like a little bit of a swap here. And as I'm saying that, Steppers and Ignite are in another battle here. Big RPG from Kip Kip is going to end up dropping Wacko. He's going to jump on him with that SA-12. He's getting healed up by Dawn, though. Here we go, as now here comes a Rekus coming from the third party as well. Huge damage is coming out. Steppers might be able to live through this. It looks like Ignite has wiped, but here comes Admin right behind them, V.
Yeah, Admin's, oh, great winch onto Just Angel. Down goes Just Angel. Coolio just continuing to show dominance on that winch. Does get taken down finally by Aokoi and Kip Kip not too far behind. Areki's looking to see if he can get some work done. Great frag with the P90. Actually, a surprising pick nonetheless. Gonna go ahead and get that free insta. He's able to identify exactly where Kip Kip is. The last member just being able to play his life. He's gonna jump in there. Kip Kip taking a 1v2. Down goes Areki's. He's still playing that great winch blockage, but he does get taken down anyways. He really played all of his util there at the end. We gotta jump on over to the other side of the map here. Take it away, Dread.
Yeah, it looks like Freelo's just getting a free point over here on C as D is plugged over here by Ignite. Now that that fight over that box has stopped, here comes Admin coming in trying to take over control of this. Ignite's just kind of kiting around trying to make sure that they live their life here. Ball Munch ends up running right into all three of them, getting taken out. Huge RPG on Jericho, though. He's going to be able to dash out just barely with his life. Big wipe in favor of Ignite. They're going to hold on to this point. And it looks like Steppers are now spawning up and getting ready to fight Freelo 4C on the other side of the map.
Yes, it is. Does look like that. Definitely for sure. Steppers, Kip Kip jumping on in, looking like he's going to investigate this cash out. Possibly go for a steal by himself because he's going to have to push the entire team. Just Angel and Aokoi posted in such a great spot. Now Spooky jumping down, getting absolutely blasted. Down goes Spooky. Super's going to try to pressure Aokoi on this, but maybe going to get punished. Down to low HP. Down goes Aokoi. Down goes Super in a great trade, but Just Angel on low HP. Zymer's the only player left on his team. He's going to have to get out with his teammate's body and the res. Down to 4 bar. 3 bar even, looking like he's going to take a little bit more damage. Down he goes. Super to res. Unfortunately, getting instas as a light is not a fun time. And an incredible play. Great split here. Kip Kip, the only one going for that point, knowing that none of them were on that point. It was a really great play. We got to move on over to the other side of the map here and see if this cash out can finish off in the hands of Ignite.
Yeah, and it's looking like that is going to be the case, but can they get some kills coming out of it? It looks like they take out Julio. Rekus is actually going to die to Angel there. Angel's actually going to get 2 kills onto Admin there, increasing Steppers' lead even more. There's 2 minutes left on this game, and there is going to be 2 vaults left up. This can be split or doubled here. Steppers are going to try to make sure that these boxes don't get split because I believe there is still enough money for each team to end up coming back here, but Koi ends up dying to Zymers. Angel's going to get the fade over there on the Super. Fib's going to go out on the Super immediately, though. Freelo, this is going to be a big wipe for them if they're able to get down Kip Kip. He is the last one alive, gets a big C4 off. And he's kiting away. They need to connect with this guy. If they get this wipe off, it's going to be huge. He's going to take that zip all the way back up. Koi only has 5 seconds left to coin. I think Kip Kip made it out safely. And Freelo are just going to opt to move this box over.
Wow, there was a moment there where Super and Kip Kip were just meters away and they didn't recognize, they didn't see each other. There is a plug here from Ignite, extending this game just a little bit more into overtime. Aokoi caught out after coining. That's pretty punishing there. He's down to 1 bar, split away from his teammate. He's going to try and play his life here as Admin is trying to just hunt him. They're trying to get for that wipe. That wipe would be huge to help bring them back into the fight. But it looks like Freelo is trying to bring this box on over for a double. This is going to be one of the first doubles in the tournament. I don't think we've seen, but maybe one. There is the double Jeopardy. I don't know if we've seen any until now. So this double Jeopardy has been commenced by Freelo. They already know they're at the bottom. They are a couple bucks away, but they want first. They want to get themselves into first with this steal, but it's only going to give Ignite first place right now. As these teams continue to fight, Super is able to take Aokoi down as they continue to look around and look for these fights. A little bit of chip shots coming back and forth between these teams. Ignite just posted up, cornered a little bit as the steal tries to come through, drops it down once more. A great frag onto Jericho is Zymers, but Aokoi and Kip are posted up on high ground. The steal attempt coming through doesn't get completed as it gets dropped its final floor. Take us away to the end of the game, Dread.
Yeah, this is a really important fight here. Nobody has fully wiped yet. There's one person left up on Freelo, one person left up on Steppers. Steppers actually doesn't even really matter if they wipe here. They're guaranteed second place no matter what. Everybody else wants to get first place, though. Ball Munch ends up going down, and Rekus is going to piv up Julio. Huge damage ends up coming out. Spooky has got time to stick a res onto Super here. We're coming up just now on the 15 seconds left on this point. They're going to need to take it now, but all of Ignite is back alive. Taking some damage from Angel. Dome Fuel ends up going down. It doesn't get glitched. He's going to stick this. Is there going to be enough healing to go out? No! He gets knocked right off with Ignite, keeping the box.
Wow. Incredible. That was incredible. Really, really, really well played from Ignite. There was a couple of moments there where it seemed like all was lost. They were pushed into a corner. They had teams around them everywhere looking to push them, but they managed to bring it together. They managed to get it successfully held, and they played that incredibly. And that was a very bold double from Freelo. Freelo was really hoping to get a couple of points there on that cash out, hopefully being able to bring themselves into first instead of last. But unfortunately, it did bring them last. They lost a little bit of their money, and now they're going to go into that bottom bracket for a couple of points. Hopefully, they're going to be able to win that 3v3. We'll see. Very actually unfortunate to see Julio and the admin team down in third, but somebody's got to be there. I mean, if Ignite's going to be playing that good, and Aokoi and Kip and Just Angel on their team, they're going to be playing as good. That's just kind of where the way the cookie crumbles there, Dread.
Yeah, pretty insane cash out game there. Honestly, there's just so much going on in cash out. It's so tough because there's so much crazy different things that can happen that can really turn the tide of the game, especially on that last box there when it's doubled. I mean, almost anybody can come back in and get into first place there, but Ignite was able to hold onto that box that entire time until the end there, and Steppers holding onto their second place position. So now we're going to be going into a 3v3 of Ignite versus Steppers.
Yeah, we've got Ignite and Steppers. I mean, I think the heaviest hitters of this league are starting to materialize themselves, and these are definitely some of the heaviest hitters of this league. I'm just very impressed with the way these guys have been playing so far. These guys have been really showing up, and they've been locking it in. These are just some great players of the game. These guys are just so good. So I'm looking forward to once again seeing these guys in this 3v3 environment, to seeing how they want to play it, what their strategy picks are here for running the same map here once again. I'm just really looking forward to it. It's going to be a pleasure, and I can't wait to get into it, Dread.
This is going to be a fun one. I think we are going back to Fortune Stadium. And we're going to see Ignite versus Steppers here.
Yeah, we're just
a little bit of a confusion from the players. I think they're going to, keep the same lobby here instead of moving on to a different lobby.
Definitely. Yeah, it looks like we've got all our players in here. We're just going to check to see if they are ready. And then we're going to jump on into the game after that. Man, it's been an exciting night so far. And we've just got, I mean, just this game and the cash out and a 3v3. Just a little bit more here until the end for the first night here. Well, it's technically first play day here. Um, but it's already been fantastic, and I can't wait to round it out with a couple more great games from some incredible players here.
Yep. I completely agree. We are just getting started here as we go into Fortune Stadium. Ignite versus Steppers, which I believe Steppers is going to be making it out of play day 1 in the lead, no matter what at this point. But we still have to play out this 3v3 just to make sure we get all the point totals. But Steppers have secured themselves in a pretty great lead for day 1 of Moolah Mondays.
Absolutely, yeah. They have secured themselves a pretty solid lead here, but every point matters here, so they want to keep fighting for it because there's a couple more weeks up ahead, and just because you're first place now doesn't mean you're going to stay first place. If these teams are going to show up these next couple of weeks, these next couple play days, you got to continue to grab the points so that you can while you can until the very end, basically. Looks like we're finally getting ourselves loaded on into the old Fortune Stadium as these players are going to just solidify their loadouts. It's very interesting. I mean, a team of a caliber like Ignite, it's actually kind of impressive how well they've been playing together, especially changing roles, swapping their players between the heavy and the medium. I mean, having the flexibility to do that at this level is really impressive, to be honest. You don't really see that. Usually these guys are locked into their role. They play it to the best they can, but the flexibility is kind of crazy almost, especially with someone like Wacko, who basically only runs that model. He all of a sudden has a flexibility for the class instead of the guns, which is kind of funny. But we've loaded into this game. This beautiful, beautiful, bright, sunny day on Fortune Stadium. The Fortune has begun for these teams. We'll see how the Fortune ends for these teams.
Yep, and here comes Steppers here, doing a little bit of a pad gateway to get across the map as they have spawned completely opposite of them. Ignite, though, already has this high ground.
Double
There's a
jump
big
pad.
glitch coming out right before they hit that jump pad. They're going to land right onto Aokoi, and Koi's going to be going down. Kip, unfortunately, the only one able to cross on his team. Angel now a little bit split up as well. Kip taking huge damage from that repeater. He's going to end up going down. Now it's only Angel. He's just kind of crouching around here. Looks like he's just going to go for the tactical reset here.
Not a bad play at all. Not a bad play at all. That was a beautiful orchestrated waterfall from both sides. Both teams chose to take that jump pad at quite literally the exact same time. Both those heavies. One had an RPG. The other had a mesh in their hand. And a great glitch coming suit as well. That was a pretty awesome thing to see, but looks like Ignite gonna lock in that cash box into B. And now this is actually a really rough spawn here for Steppers. They are able to get a great teleport across. I think he threw that teleport onto the jump pad. That's a really smart strat to bring themselves across as safely as possible, especially a death gap like that. Now that they're across, their work is not over. They still have a little bit more that they need to do in order to identify where these players are playing. And it looks like they are on max height, trying to take their time, trying to see if they can figure out where these guys are and be able to take the fight down to them.
Yeah, they're going to use that red barrel to break open through the roof and get that pad play right out on top of them there. But unfortunately, not able to connect with any RPG. Aokoi, it's an RPG of himself. And he's going to end up going down now. Kip and Angel are on the high ground, but he's going to get jumped on by Jericho, immediately blasting Angel down. Now it's only Kip, and he goes down as well. As a quick wipe in favor of Ignite.
Wow. Great work there. I really love the idea of that red barrel. I wasn't even expecting it myself, and they brought themselves into that fight. They jump padded in, but unfortunately, they just couldn't get the opening damage that they needed, and they ended up losing it instead. And losing our first pick with that opening damage is just so devastating for a push of that nature, especially when you're in basically brawl mode here. TP comes out. Great jump pad. TP across. He is able to get it barely, but he does lose his life at that cost. Losing his life, unfortunately, is going to make it really difficult. They're going to be forced to go for that res, and I think the time is just going to tick away, and they're not going to be able to make their way in. Kip has other ideas. He's going to blow up the C4. He's going to ride the cash out down with a great dome, but that glitch is going to stop him from going any further, and down he goes, and that cash out has completed. As they continue to fight their way through this, down goes Just Angel, and down goes Aokoi. It looks like their fight has kind of lost them, especially there's no point fighting, basically. There's literally no objective there anymore.
Yep, and that concludes our first cash box of this final round here, but it is still anybody's game. Steppers still have plenty of time to come back in here and take this. Ignite have secured themselves a little bit of a lead coming in here. They just have to hold one more box as they gateway this vault over towards Charlie.
That's right. They made their way on over. They got that plug, and it looks like Steppers are going to go ahead and pick the high ground here. They're going to stay on floor 5. And Jericho getting set up in an absolutely incredible spot here with these vents. He really posted up in a great spot while the rest of his team is posted here. They're going to greet each other here. Kip taking early damage, immediately healed back up. Jericho in a great flank and a great first pick. Now they're going to jump in there and see what they can do with that damage. Wacko's able to get that kill. And now Kip the last alive. Down he goes. That was some great teamwork.
Yeah, great fast wipe coming out of Ignite. That was a huge flank from Jericho there, able to pick off the medium on the side of Steppers at the beginning of the fight, which is a huge advantage. But it was such a quick wipe that Steppers still have lots of time. We are just now hitting the halfway point on this box as they come in. Kind of a far spawn, though, as they're making their way back in.
Unfortunately so, but it looks like they're going to choose to pick the same or very similar route here and pick their 5th floor. Looking for a push. This is an awesome strategy here that Dawn's CBO on repeater is able to just take plenty of pot shots through that mesh shield because nobody's able to pressure it too heavily. Jericho taking a little bit of damage onto Aokoi to just keep them on their toes, doing exactly what a light should be doing in a situation like this. Hit and run and keep them questioning. Look at this, Wacko and Dawn getting found out by Just Angel. As the timer ticks down, Kip again going for the steal. They're underneath it. They're going to drop it once the steal isn't able to connect. Down to 3 bars is Kip. The timer's continuing to tick. He's going to have to go for it again. He's healed up to full. Down it goes, but he's able to hold it. Can he get it all the way through? Can he? He cannot. Unfortunately, a great hold from Ignite and a great attempt from Kip. Unfortunately, he's not able to hold it all the way through. Wow.
Man, that had to have been so close on that steal there, but Ignite able to hold on to it and take the win there. I believe Steppers, though, still in the lead in point total for the week, but Ignite making some pretty hefty points back in their favor for winning that 3v3.
Yeah, that was some great work there from Ignite. That was awesome. I think these players are starting to get a little bit tired here. They've really been playing a long day. It's a lot of playing. It's a lot of games. More games than my ranked session is usually, which is a lot. So that is just a lot of games for them. But honestly, they all played really well. I think Ignite really brought their teamwork together and really shown through in this game. And that kind of goes to show that even though Steppers have been dominating these lobbies since the second heat, anyone could get this. Anyone could bring it back depending on how they're feeling for the day. A lot of these teams are really top-notch teams, and so they're going to be able to just fight for it if they are able to get the coordination down. I mean, really anyone's game still. Any team can continue to bring themselves up.
Yep. I completely agree. There is still plenty of time. This is only day 1. Coming towards the end of day 1 of
only day 1.
Moolah Monday. There is still plenty of time to make their way back up.
Absolutely. So, as far as looking forward here, we've got our final 2 games, our final cash out, followed by our final final round. Probably don't want to say that word too many times here. But Skyway Stadium will be our final map. I'm saying it. There's a lot of finals happening just very soon. The finals in the finals. Hard to believe it. But our grouping for this lower bracket is going to be ZND, WMD, Glitch, and Pada. I'm very excited to see these guys go into this match. A lot of these guys are heavy hitters still, even though they're not in this top bracket. I mean, ZND has been beaming the crowd. Glitch has been continuing to provide great alternative gameplay with that sword on Hacho. WMD have just been solid force through the night as well. Pada has been looking pretty shaky overall, but honestly, I still think there's a lot of potential. They've been playing pretty well for the most part. They just got to lock in a couple of different pieces here in a couple of crucial moments for these cash outs, and I think they could really pop off. I'm really looking forward to Clarify. I'm going to continue to hold my hope out for Clarify. I mean, he was absolutely shredding in the qualifiers. I'm going to continue to glaze him for that. That was just incredible work. I'm looking forward to see if he can find some more work here in these last 2 games. So that's what I'm looking forward to for our last cash out, following with our last final round coming up. But looks like we're populating our lobby with our players here. We're getting everything set up very shortly. And I don't know, Dread, what are you thinking? Do you have any exciting things you want to mention about these players? Anything you've noticed over the night at all? Or these teams even?
Oh man, I mean, I think this is honestly one of the closer skill matched tourneys I've been able to witness. Honestly, I mean, a lot of these games, cash outs and 3v3s, have all been really coming down to the wire, and really just one small plays have been making the difference. So it's been insanely fun to watch, and I think that this entire Moolah Monday League is going to get even crazier as the weeks go on.
Absolutely, man. Yeah, exactly. I totally agree with you on that 100%, man. I have been having so much fun in the moment. I'm not even thinking forward ahead. I can't wait to the next week as well. Definitely, that's going to happen very soon. The night's going to wrap up after these 2 games, and then we're going to run it back here next Monday. Looking forward to see what these teams bring it back. I'm excited to see the fire that these guys have for the next Monday, as they get a couple of whole weeks worth of nights rests, and then they're going to be able to run it back and hit it hard, and maybe there's a real chance that we see some shakeups in the way that these teams play and how they're able to coordinate together. They'll have a whole week to do whatever they want, whether that's practice or recoup or whatever. I mean, you know, you really don't know what could happen. We could have a lot different of our top players coming through here in the next week. So I'm very excited for that. Looks like our teams are basically ready, and our match is going to start up here shortly. So if you bear with us, our second to last game of the night. Looking forward to it. A nice cash out followed by a nice final round. What more can you ask for in the finals?
Yeah, I completely agree. This is going to be a fun one, guys. We are getting into the bottom of Heat 3. This is our last 12-man of the night, going into our last 3v3 of the night. Here we go, getting ready on Skyway Stadium.
Skyway Stadium, and it looks like it's high rise. So, I mean, that doesn't change the gameplay up drastically, but it does change it up just a little bit. So I'll be very interested to see what kind of strategies. It's almost, it's a little bit reminiscent of Under Construction Soul, in the sense that you've got this central piece of the map with big jump pads bringing you right towards it, and just going up and down. And so a lot of the team play and the boxes could be funneled towards the center.
Yep, I completely agree, but here we go. We are getting into it now. Skyway Stadium, ZND, WMD, Glitch, and Pada. See what we see here. Any different loadouts maybe, but
competitive players nightmare. It's a foggy day here on Skyway Stadium. You never see this very often in comp play. Already Tank Hero getting himself killed with his own RPG, and Uvinity going down as well to Graziv. Hacho, the last alive, may be able to get that res. Tinder didn't notice him. Clarify didn't either. He's able to get the res on his teammate. They're going to bring themselves back up to high ground. All three of them alive now with Tank Hero getting res. Now Clarify pushing that Tinder, taking a lot of damage and a great recovery here from Glitch as they continue to take this fight. They get Clarify, and now Graziv going down, an incredible flip after being almost completely wiped immediately.
Yeah, this is an absolute bloodbath already as both of these teams are trying to fight for this box. Moving over, it looks like Hacho on the side of Glitch is going to be able to move that over after they got that wipe. On the other side, though, ZND and WMD are still kind of fighting over this, but Shadow does get that plug. Last member alive gets that plug money. It's going to get swapped right over by WMD, though.
Sure is. It looks like he went ahead and opted not to fight with his team. Gonna go ahead and get that early plug, hoping that maybe luck would be on his side, and it almost was, because we have the entirety of Tada joining up for this fight. Shadow's just hiding as well as he can while these teams continue to brawl it out. I mean, the absolute mess of domes and meshes that are down there. Down goes Jimbo, down goes Clarify, down goes Roly Poly. Now we've got Bravado alive, last member of his team, Graziv and Mr. Tinder both on low HP. This is the perfect time for ZND to jump in, and they know it. They're going to get in here, but Uvinity wants to say hi too and do it. Does a ton of damage, dished out. Down goes Graziv. That's the first wipe. Bravado, his teammates did coin in. They did get the respawn. So now it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Shadow, because this team is the team that is alive and holding this cash out. So there's still somebody here to defend it. Uvinity has had his fill. He's going to jump away, especially with that team wiping. Evade's going to go for the steal. Does get dropped once. Gets a quench onto Jimbo. Jimbo taking him down. Not getting traded out yet. Zooks unfortunately gets taken down as well, and that is a wipe. And a great play here from WMD.
Yeah, wow, great hold by WMD to be able to hold it through all of those teams there. But on this other side here, Pada is back up and alive, taking a lot of damage here from Glitch over there, who have just been sitting pretty on B, and looks like they're going to try to go back and maybe fight for A against WMD here again, but there's not a lot of time on it. They need to move in fast. It does get dropped down by Mr. Tinder himself. He taps it a little bit. Here comes Jimbo to try to do as much damage he can. Mr. Tinder gets winched over and going down. Clarify ends up getting taken out by Bravado next. Now it's only Graziv, and it's a quick wipe by W&D, still holding on to their box.
Great work to continue to hold on to that box, WMD. It's exactly what I'm saying. I mean, these teams are really fighting tooth and nail for it. This could go any way. I mean, these are all just great teams. Shadow on the roof trying to throw that red barrel to see if he can get something damage. Unfortunately, not too much found. He's going to just play his life, doing a little bit more chip damage, making his way up to the second floor, seeing if he can find somebody. Hacho has taken him down, however. Now, Evade getting caught out here against Tank Hero and Hacho. That sword has so much close range damage with Zooks. Last alive, just absolutely sweeps through, sliced clean through. Unfortunate for him, but the other side of the map, Dread.
Yeah, we've got Bravado up here on the high ground trying to do as much damage with that repeater as much as he can, but Jimbo on the side of WMD, unfortunately, is already down, and they are not really able to get to his body there. Graziv almost ends up going down too, but barely making it out with his life, and they're going to get that trade out onto Bravado. Now it's only Roly Poly, who I believe did grab Jimbo's body and get that hand res off. And now they're just going to kind of wait for them to move this box here before they spend too much time, because they don't want to lose any more of their money that they already have. Steve is going to carry that box over, while C ends up getting plugged by Glitch.
Yep, looks like they're going to go for that reset. WMD grab that res on their teammate, and Kata's bringing 4 up to the same area that C is on. I'm not sure where they're planning on bringing it. I surely don't think they're going for a double. Is that what I'm looking at right now? Surely they don't bring this box on in for a double. I think this is a bit absurd to go for it now, and they do. They go for a double here for the second cash out. Anyone who gets this cash out will be basically secured first or second. So down goes Bravado to Graziv. Now it's going to be a difficult battle here. Roly Poly playing his life, trying to group up with Jimbo. He is able to get that res going. The steal coming through from Mr. Tinder, unfortunately not able to connect with it. The entirety of Glitch has taken his life away. And now everybody is here. Z&D jumping onto the deep roof, trying to see if they can do some chip damage while everybody's fighting. Down goes Graziv. Clarify the last member on his team as everybody resets on WMD. And Glitch is just posted up 2 floors below. They're just chilling. They've got that APS at the ready. Jimbo playing high ground along with the rest of his team on WMD. There's still 45 seconds on this cash out. Evade taking this fight. Down goes Bravado. Down goes Roly Poly. Now is the time for Glitch to jump in. Down goes Jimbo. And Shadow is down as well. And so now there's 2 members left here on Z&D, and there's a whole 2 teams around them. It's going to be hard ask to get this steal through, especially with Mr. Tinder keeping that pressure alive on them. Down goes Evade. Mr. Tinder is going to try and go for some form of a steal here, but still the entirety of Glitch is live and healthy. They haven't even done but anything. Just getting free kills left and right. This cash out's just got a couple of seconds on the board. This is basically first place secured for Glitches. Z&D try to jump in and do some damage to get a wipe. This is incredible work.
Yeah, that is insane by Glitch to be able to hold that and literally guarantee them first place now. There's absolutely no way for them to get knocked out of first place at this point. If these last 2 boxes end up getting doubled, all they have to do is make sure that these get split and they're guaranteed first place. But if anybody else had taken it there, they would have ended up getting that first place as well. Looks like Glitch is going to get this tap and hopefully just try to protect this here from getting moved. And as long as they make sure this box doesn't get moved, they're going to secure their position here. But WMD does not want that to happen. They are here to try to stop that. Get a little bit of a trade going out between Jimbo and Uvinity. But Jimbo is defibbed right back up here. And here comes Z&D coming to now move this box. Actually, Glitch has tapped both boxes now. So now I think they're just going to try to play their life and make it out of there, because if they survive and keep this money, even if it does get doubled again, they are in first 2. Clarify is going to take out Bravado. Zuex is going to take out Jimbo here. These boxes are just now getting moved as the rest of Glitches coming back alive.
Wow, yeah. So I just took 1 second to check the leaderboard here, and Hacho is 12-0-0. He hasn't died once. He's been playing that sword about as perfect as you could possibly ask for. I mean, him and his team have been playing exceptionally this round, and the numbers show it. So that's something that the numbers can show sometimes. And there's your first plug, but the second plug from Z&D is coming through, and it looks like this is such an interesting strategy to be played here. There's a lot that I could talk about, but instead I want to talk more about this fight that's going forward with 3 teams. Glitch is getting pressured from everywhere on at Pada, and Pada is going to continue to push that. Actually, I'm sorry, that is WMD. WMD is going to pressure that and keep Pada away from the point just a little bit here. They are able to take it down to just Hacho. Hacho, the 0-death man, the only one left, and the steal is coming through. There it is, secured on WMD's front as Pada had to fall back. They're going to have to play a little bit further back. They're jumping back into this point. 1 minute left on the board. The fight still continues, the never-ending fight. Z&D has come to play. Dread, what do you say?
Yeah, this is the safer play by these teams here to get this split. Now Glitch absolutely does not have to do anything. These teams are only fighting for second place at this point. Glitch hopping in just to try to stir a little bit of chaos that they can. They end up immediately dying. Z&D got that plug. It's a little bit staggered off, so they have time to fight here and maybe make it back and try to get this second place secured. They're going to stick this through. Are they going to get it? It's going to get dropped at the last second. It's going to hit a pad. They are going to get interrupted on that. The stall is going to go off in the favor of WMD. WMD might be able to hold this at the last second, but Graziv on the side of Pada is now on it. He's going to stick this maybe through. He gets taken out. He does stick it, though. The body block goes through. Roly-Poly not able to stay alive long enough, but he's going to get taken out. Z&D is going to be able to swap this to the last point. Is Glitch going to stop them, though?
The door!
Sword getting taken. He's not going to go through.
The door!
And they're going to take it. Second
It's
place
a kill race!
in favor of Z&D.
Oh my gosh!
Wow.
The door! That was so sick. Man, that was so crazy. That was some great work from ZND to really pull it back at the end. That was absolutely flooring gameplay. Nobody even bothered going for ZND's cash out all the way in the corner of that map. And I was screaming about that door, but there was goo everywhere as Shadow was going for that steal. And Zooks just closed that door on Hacho. That sword just could not make its way through that door in order to get that easy chip damage and swipe away both players there. I don't know if it really was that pivotal of a play there, but I'd like to think it was, and that was some great work. I mean, Hacho finally ended that round with 1 death. Unfortunately, he did lose his perfect record, but that was some incredible gameplay. Dread, that was crazy.
Yeah, what a insanely well-placed macro play by Z&D there to make sure that that box gets split and to make sure that it's staggered just enough that they made sure that everybody was fighting on that other box. They made it over, got the good third party, and was able to get that box and get both of them actually to secure their second place finish there to make it in to this top seed of these 3v3s. Great plays coming out of Z&D there, giving themselves some more points.
Yeah, I mean, that just, I think really helps highlight how well Z&D is playing when they are able to have the opportunity. They sometimes look like they're struggling in these third-party, fourth-party situations, but I mean, that's really just the nature of so many players and all these teams just kind of clashing. You have to try your best to predict where you think these players are, how low you think they are, and how well into the fight it is. And they had a ton of situations throughout the night where they had these third party, fourth parties, and they play some of them absolutely exquisitely, and some of them just sometimes don't go your way, and they unfortunately are on the backhand of it. And so I just think that they've been playing really well with what they have, and they've continued to shine through on that. And I was really hoping that they could win that kill race at the very end. There was about $1,000, just 2 kills separating them from second and first. But that was just incredible. That was just electric. And what a great final cash out of the night as we finally move our way on over to this 3v3. It'll be very interesting to see these two teams go up against each other and see what kind of work they can do.
Yeah, this is going to be a great one to end it on, guys. We are getting into our final game of day 1 of Moolah Monday. Here we go, getting into the final round 3v3 Skyway Stadium. Team Glitch versus ZND.
Yeah, I'm very excited to get into this final match of the night. Remember, this is just the final match of the night. This will just solidify a couple more points for these players. This is just the 3rd heat. We still got plenty more going forward. We've got a lot more points to be earned from these players continuing forward. Yeah, this has just been an electric night. This has been awesome. And looks like we are finally loading on into our server here.
Yep, here we go, coming into Skyway Stadium again. I look like it's going to be high rise, actually.
Wow, at least it's consistent. Thankfully, it's clear night. Not going to be foggy once again. I don't think the fog really affected too much, to be honest, but I am looking forward to these guys and how they play. And so it's interesting, the way I'm looking at this, it looks like Hacho was going to run V9S for a little bit there, but it looks like he went ahead and went for that level 13 sword. Level 13 sword, by the way, that's insane. He went ahead and stuck with the sword pick here. Was probably debating the viability of sword on a 3v3. It's a lot harder to use. There's a lot less chaos to use to your benefit. And a lot less players to get benefited from it as well, because that sword can just do so much multi-damage. It looks like Glitch has spawned their way closer to the vault. They're going to get that plug. And Infinity is actually going to catch the entirety of ZND out by himself, caught out on 1 bar. Going to get pushed by Shadow. Is he going to get identified by Shadow? I'm not sure.
Oh!
Huge frag! Hacho gets a great sword swipe onto Shadow. That's a great.
That's a very
pick.
yeah, or unfortunate on the side of Z&D there when he just jumped down there to try to secure that, and the rest of Team Glitch had just come in to save Uvinity at the last second. But here comes Evade and Zuek now. Now that they know that Hacho is moving that box, they're going to come in and try to get this 2v2 down. It looks like they do. Evade coming out on top. Now it's a 1v1 sword. Does he slice him up? He does. Cut into pieces by Hacho. He's going to get that team wipe. They're going to start moving this box.
Let's do it.
Man, that sword. That's one of those weapons that just doesn't have any reload. You don't have to reload your sword after you swipe. You just got to keep swiping. And so that's just one of the downsides of running a gun in this kind of game, unfortunately. Me personally, not a big fan of it, but you know, it's a really solid play, and Hacho's playing it to the best of its abilities here. You know, stuck on your reload after you get your kill, sword can just slice you up.
Yeah, and now Glitch is going to have this pretty high position up here on the crane, watching this point with that little bit of gas getting set up all over the cash box here. But looks like C&D is coming up right behind him on the crane. Looks like they have spotted them, though. Tank Hero with that M60 putting out lots of damage. Uvinity is going to go ahead and drop a little bit early here as C&D takes over the crane, trying to push their way in. Jumping off the crane now is going to take out that APS. Another APS gets put down right down beneath that point, though, but it's okay. The point's going to get dropped anyways. Big RPG actually ends up getting blocked by that mesh shield. Evade popping in there, though, with that SA-12, trying to get active. Hacho jumping back in, coming in behind Evade, slicing them up. Big healing coming out of Uvinity and Hacho here, trying to reset Tank Hero, which they do. And now Tank Hero gets that double after that reset with the M60. He's got so much ammo, and he gets the triple in favor of Tank Hero.
Tank Hero is the tank, and he's also the hero in this one here. Wow, that was a lot of damage. He was playing that really bold at the very beginning, staying on top of that crane even when getting pushed. But they played it well. That APS is such an interesting pick as well to be playing with Uvinity there. I love the idea of running these gadgets that aren't ran very often. They have such good utility sometimes, especially on the point like that. They're using it to the really well. But Z&D have spawned in. They've got their jump pad. They've got their teleport. They've made it all the way up onto height. They're going to go for the steal. I don't know if they're going to get it. And there they go. Down goes one. Down goes two. Last alive is Shadow. Familiar feeling for him in this game. He's just going to try and get a couple of frags before he goes on out. Getting a lot of damage here onto Uvinity, onto all of them, actually. He's got one. Can he get another here? Oh, what a 360! Uvinity. Wow. Bold play.
Yeah, also shout out Tank Hero again with that first double kill. I mean, that guy is aiming with that M60.
Yeah, these guys are definitely, Tank Hero and Hacho are definitely big players in the not so meta game. They're playing whatever they feel like they want to run. He's always running that M60, and Hacho running that sword. They're running it because they like it. And it's clearly working pretty well.
Yeah, and I don't think M60 is even in that bad of a spot right now. It actually gets a little slept on, in my opinion. I think it's starting to show up a little bit more in those double heavy comps, just because it's able to put out so much pressure. But when it's the only one on your team, you start to get a little bit under pressure once you have to reload, because it takes so long to reload. But honestly, I feel like the sword makes up for a little bit of that as a big RPG goes out. 2X is going down from that RPG repeater kill. Evade's going to follow right after, getting sliced up by the sword. Now it's only Shadow left alive again, getting big damage onto Uvinity, though. Ooh. But he doesn't kill him. Uvinity landing that last shot at 1 HP to get the team wipe.
Man, Uvinity's getting a ton of ego boosts in this game. I mean, that 93R, unfortunately, is still just unable to finish that medium health pool. And Uvinity's able to clean up with that CBO on repeater. Just 2 clean shots, sometimes 3 at a range. So he's just winning those fights, and he's playing quite well with his aim here. Looks like it has been plugged on B. Big $25,000 here, and a bad spawn here for Z&D, and a great teleport. Down goes Shadow. Was that a glitch that killed him? I can't fully tell what happened there. Anyways, they continue forward here. They're going to have to try and reset. They're trying to do something. I don't think they have the res. Evade is getting pushed here by the sword that's doing so much damage, especially at the close range. Down he goes. It's kind of a bad spot to be in, running an SA-1216 against a sword like that. Zooks doing his best, getting a frag here. Looking to see if he can get something else. He's got Divinity, the sword. Great goo just in time. He might be able to do something. Unfortunately, misses his headshot.
Oh, close.
Great hit. That melee could have taken him down. But Tank Hero is going to go for that res. Shadow actually went for that coin. So it's going to be an interesting pick here. There's the extra coin. Now it's a bit of an alternative stagger. There's about 45 seconds left on this point, Dread.
Yeah, interesting. I wonder if we can get a different POV on that. Hopefully somebody, whoever got that kill, I don't know if it was Hacho or Divinity, hopefully clipped it, because I think that was a glitch barrel kill, actually, which is probably one of the rarest barrels in the game to get a kill with other than Goo Barrel, but this point is going to get dropped now. Evaded, Zuex getting sliced up by that sword. They just can't land a shot on him. He's too fast. Jumping around, Divinity going to get the wipe. And there it is, Glitch taking the game in the last 3v3 of the night.
In convincing fashion, nonetheless. Absolutely great gameplay coming from our team. I went ahead and tried to grab a clip of that last kill there, one of those kills there, to see if I can see what the heck killed him, because I was in free cam pretty close to that. I'll have to run a play-by-play to see what the heck killed him. But, I mean, incredible gameplay. That was really good from these guys. We had Hacho on the sword. We had Tank Hero on the M60. Like you said, it's really not in a bad spot. It definitely is getting slept on these days. It's a great alternative to the Lewis gun, where you can actually aim and not have to deal with such crazy kickback. With all those bullets that you get there, especially in a double heavy comp where you just need someone to really dish out bullets. That was a wonderful day. I think we've had a wonderful play day here, Dread. This has been fantastic. We've had a lot of great games. We've had a lot of close cash outs. Yeah, this has just been fantastic. Thank you all for coming out. This has been a wonderful night. I have had a blast. It's been quite a long night, but it's been quite a great night. Dread, do you have any closing thoughts?
No, just thank you so much for having me. It has been an absolute blast, like you said. And this was day one of Moolah Mondays, coming back at you every Monday for the next, I believe, 5 more weeks here. Yeah, looks like Steppers securing that first place position out of week 1, but still plenty of time for these other teams to come back as we go into the following weeks.
Yeah, Steppers able to secure that first place, but I mean, you know, Ignite Gaming about 30 points behind them, 25 points behind them is not a very large margin. So there's definitely a possibility to hand off first place finish here for the next coming weeks here. All these teams played pretty well for the most part here. Pata, unfortunately, was just not able to secure as many points as they might have liked today. But honestly, I'm looking forward to see them coming back a lot stronger next week, getting themselves back into a good flow. I think once you get a little bit knocked off and if your mental gets a little messed up, things can go downhill pretty fast. It's really appreciate them playing them all the way through. Absolutely, nonetheless. But I'm looking forward to seeing these guys in the next week. And this has been a fantastic first week. A lot of gaming, a lot of different formats here. And yeah, thanks again here for coming out, guys, to the Scrim Zone here. This has been fantastic. I think I might even hand it off here to Optus if you wanted to have any closing thoughts here before we wrap up this stream. Thank you so much for producing it today. It has made my life easier.
Hey, thank you, man. I'm just grateful for all the people who come out and play in this, and for all the people who come and watch this. Like, I've always wanted to host some sort of tournament or league, and I think this league is gonna do great things in the present and in the future with possible future leagues. Maybe Moolah Mondays too. But we're gonna see. But yeah, good job to Steppers for being number 1 this week. And can't wait to see who comes first next week.
Yeah, that has been fantastic. Yeah, thank you guys once again for coming out. For those of you who were here on the qualifying, thank you for bearing with us as we continue to improve the format. Every week is going to get better and smoother. And after this whole format wraps up, I think we'll have enough experience to move forward and have a nice, smooth event for anything else going forward. It has been a blast. It has been a pleasure. And I am ready to sign off for the night here.
And guys, we'll see you next week. Goodbye.